Hello, what's going on, everybody? TCH Live coming at you here this fine Tuesday evening. I am Aaron McAvoy, and we've got a special show here for you guys tonight. We've got the final table of the 500K Guaranteed Tournament down in Houston, Texas at our beautiful TCH location. Joining me here tonight are Justin and John here from the PokerAtlas Tour. This is the 500K PokerAtlas Guaranteed Tournament. What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's up, Aaron? I am excited about this final table. This is Justin Hammer here. I'm sitting next to John Freebird, CEO of PokerAtlas and the PokerAtlas Tour. We have a stacked final table. A lot of Houston legends that I've known for quite a while. Looking forward to watching them play, but this one feels like a free roll to me. It's any one of these guys winning is going to be it's going to be great for me, and so I'm very excited to be here. Very excited to commentate on this final table. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Also excited to be here. This is our very first PokerAtlas Tour stop here at Texas Card House Houston, and coincidentally, our very first PokerAtlas Tour Title Event. $1,100 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed prize pool. We beat the guarantee by quite a bit. I believe the prize pool total was what was it, like 560, 580, 580,000,
Yeah,
561,000, somewhere in there. So really happy with the turnout. Heard a lot of great feedback, both in regards to the structure, the staff here at Texas Card House, the venue, and of course, the PokerAtlas Tour. So we appreciate everyone's participation in all the events so far. It's been a blast, and we're looking forward to many more stops to come. Coincidentally, I believe
announcement coming.
We have a big announcement coming tonight.
Absolutely.
Regarding our next tour stop. Where, when, why, how, who, what, etc.
Very cool. Well, looking forward to that for sure. As we've got the first hand underway here, we'll get a look at the chip stacks. We did have a little flash of the chip stacks as we got things started there, which was pretty cool. And we will get a better look at what everyone is working with, as we've got Paul and Derek here battling it out on the first hand. Queen high flop here. Top pair for Paul, playing from the small blind. Derek here with the betting lead pre-flop. Are actually just limping pre-flop, I suppose. Yeah, just limping his button, and here we are getting to the river. No improvement for Derek.
Derek came into the final table with 2.1 million, or about 50 big blinds. Paul came into the final table with 1.1.
And yeah, we're just going to show down here. Paul will take the first hand of this final table. And there are definitely a couple of players that I recognize. I, of course, have played a fair bit of tournament poker around the state of Texas, and some of these faces certainly jumping out at me. Derek, of course, a longtime friend of mine, so happy to see him here, as well as a couple of the other players. So this should be a good one.
Yeah, Derek, the Louisianimal, as he likes to call himself. Paul, who just won that pot, is from Midland, Texas. He is a consultant. He wanted to give a shout out to some of his family, so that's what I'm here for. His wife, Megan, mother, Mary, his aunt, Lori, and his uncle, Jimmy. So you win the first pot, then everyone you asked me to gets a shout out. His total career earnings coming into today is $7,400. So he is guaranteed to at least double his total live earnings. So congrats to him for that. He's off to a good start no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go stop pleasing, man.
Taking a look here in the chat, we've got a lot of familiar faces. Reina, Frank, Quinto, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Samuel tuning in as well. Thomas, Sean, Jedi Master Ted, as well as some others that I'm sure I missed. Kicker problems there. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. We've got hand number 2 underway. Stick here, raising it up with the Jack-9 suited. And yeah, it looks like these players all sitting fairly deep. I mean, the average is not down in the sort of 15 to 20 big blind range that you see in some of these final table formats. So you guys definitely chose a structure that gave these guys a lot of play.
62 big blind average, just in case. Not that we're counting. 60, but it is not that anyone was counting. like me, but it's a 62 big blind average coming into this final table.
A big focus on our PokerAtlas Tour, of course. Great structures, particularly later in the tournaments. We want there to be a lot of play.
It's like, did some hypnotize, and I gave him like about 600-700 chips.
Yeah, our short stacks here sitting on 28 big blinds, so yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any immediate urgency for these players to get all the chips in the middle. But, you know, this is Texas, so we'll see. A lot of times it doesn't really matter if you're sitting healthy as the short stack. You're still going to be looking to make moves. So
that is true. Stick coming in with the chip lead. He is on a shove or fold situation. Only 195 bigs coming into this final table, so he's in desperation mode.
Yeah, 200 big blinds. Can never have too much wiggle room in these tournaments. We're being sarcastic, folks. For those that don't know.
195 bigs is quite a lot. And ironically, this isn't even the first final table that I commented on this series where somebody had nearly 200 big blinds. Actually, over in the PLO tournament, there was a spot where there was over 200 big blinds at the final table.
Jake Glizzy thinks drinking beer at the final table is crazy. What do you think, Justin?
I think welcome to Houston, Texas, everybody. This is a place where poker is done a little bit differently. The game is played a little differently, and drinking at the final table is not only allowed, it is encouraged.
I will say, though, I'm not a huge drinker while playing final tables necessarily, but there's definitely something to be said about a cocktail to start, just to take the edge off a little bit. It could be a little bit nerve-wracking coming in after a couple long days of play. Now the final tables today. You come in, it's live streamed. You don't want to look like a clown making silly mistakes, nor do you want to be the first one out or anyone but the last one out, really. So I'd say it's pretty common that people have a drink or something just to take the edge off a little bit. And it works, typically. Kind of like us in the booth. Justin and I are slamming tequila shots, but nobody knows who's taking that edge off.
Second place.
Clink.
7 of us gonna wish we made that deal, right?
Oh wow! Yeah, I hear a little bit of chop talk already. We're getting it into the mix quick here with 9 players left. I did tell them at the start of the final table just some general guidelines for what is allowed and not. Basically, they're allowed to do pretty much whatever they want, but in regard to reporting or who wins the tournament, it always goes by who has the most money.
Make a minimum cash, and I was totally satisfied.
What are our levels?
No.
How many minutes?
They are 60-minute levels now. They started at 40s on day 1, and once we got to, I believe it was level 15, the 10,000, 15,000 level, they turned into 60-minute levels. It was basically after the first break on day 2, they became 60-minute levels, and that is what we were playing. Tournaments like this, I always try and let people know if you start with a little less starting chips and you play a tad faster. Obviously 40-minute levels is not fast. It's not turbo or anything by any stretch, but start a tad faster. Then when you get deep into the money and you get deep onto day 2, and then like you can see here at the final table, you will play much, much deeper poker when all the money is on the line, like it is right now. So I try to always say it's going to happen and then highlight the fact that it did in fact happen once we make a final table like this. So 62 big blind average at the final table of an $1,100 event, which we very well could have made this a 2-day event, but of course we wanted to do the final table at a time of day where the most people could watch and enjoy it with us. So we just had a shorter day yesterday and came back today and finished the final table.
Very cool. Stick putting in a massive raise here. 13 big blind raise. Over to K with the ace-10 off. Had come in for the initial raise on the button, but facing this kind of aggression from the overwhelming chip leader in the blind will be tough. Gonna have to dig deep if he wants to just kind of put his opponent on this type of holding, which is just kind of, middle of the road, but strong enough to go for the big raise with all those chips, put maximum pressure on his opponents. And yeah, both players going to get out of the way, and Stick will take that one down.
Stick actually had a very big hand. Actually the last hand before the final table, just to show, and he's over 200 bigs with that pot. Just to show his aggressive style is why he has all those chips. He defended his big line with 7-4 of spades. The flop was ace-8 deuce with 2 spades. His opponent had ace-deuce. His name's Chris. Shout out to Chris for almost making this final table. But he shoved all in for about 1 million chips. Or he didn't check, he called the shove. He raised, and then called the shove of Chris, and it was about a 2 million chip pot, and it went spade, spade, and he ended up making a straight flush to eliminate Chris on the bubble. But he is not afraid to get the chips in there to play big pots on a draw, or to get opponents off of hands, or he is just a very solid, aggressive player who I think it's safe to say he is playing for the win in this event. So good luck to Stick.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of play is certainly going to be rewarded when you have the big stack. And it's always sort of good to see that too. You know, sometimes a player will just kind of have a lot of chips and sit there and be thinking about, you know, laddering up and letting some of the other players sort of do the damage to each other because they've got so much to kind of sit on. But yeah, you can definitely put that to work, and we saw it already on that last hand, raising the 13x from the big blind. You love to see it. So I imagine we'll see a lot more pressure applied from that man as we continue here. Bottom set here for K. Fantastic flop for him. Derek with the betting lead pre-flop, going to continue for a small size here. K will just make the call in position. With that 5 of clubs on the turn, Derek here officially drawing dead in this hand. And kind of a tough board to continue representing, so he will slow it down with a check. K here, happy to check it back. And give Derek one more opportunity to put some chips out there, but Derek will not step into the trap as K fills up, 4's full of 8s on the end. $250K is the bet here, and Derek just going to posture a little bit, grab a
take a sip of his beer. Yeah, while he pretends like he's considering a call here. While he does that, K, who is about to win the spot, is from Humble, Texas.
Humble.
Oh.
You get in trouble out here for calling it humble. The H is very silent.
Okay, there is an H in Humble that is silent. You can follow him on Twitter at KBlack.
You got an 8,
He is a data analyst by trade. He has family he would like to mention: Norris, Dio, Nick, Emmanuel, and Iggy. Yeah,
Am I allowed to call the clock on Derek?
you should. But no, he just wants us to be able to go through his bio.
Oh, Derek is actually considering a king high hero call here, I suppose. I thought that this was just a little posture, but perhaps has enough experience with K that he believes that K could be up to no good here.
Sitting on the 10 jack, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's just so many hands that are going to start betting on the turn if you're K when check 2. So I don't know. It feels like all the bluffs start betting, and you could actually just be owning yourself by hero calling some sort of ace high. Like, imagine that there's like ace 6 out there that.
Oh, he does call.
Never mind. Yeah.
I think that quick check back on the turn was actually a really good move for K. Sold that he was on a draw more and ended up getting that last street of value.
I think I called you with it.
Yeah. I mean, I have played a lot with Derek, and Derek is the kind of player who doesn't like to get bluffed, so I mean, he will look you up in some of these spots. I thought that this one was maybe a little bit thin, but, you know, he went for it and has plenty of chips to make that call and still be healthy. Still sitting on 36 big blinds there. But that is going to move K solidly into second position there, up at 73 bigs. And a pretty good spot to be in, even with the overwhelming chip leader to his left, punishing his opens. But
Kay has career earnings of 152,000. His biggest win was 33,000. And his poker goal is to win the WSOP main event.
You don't say.
Yeah.
I bluffed even
It's,
before we
he didn't write it down, but I'll venture a guess that his favorite hand is aces also.
He's built on making successes, we know that.
You better keep praying for him. Right?
Exactly.
Shaw opening with a queen 10 here.
You better keep praying for him right there. Man.
Good to go.
I've seen it change. Card higher than mine, it's gonna be hard to win this round. Just saying.
Lynn here getting a price from the big blind. He will complete with the dirty diaper, and we'll go
Push it in,
3
boys and
players
girls.
to a flop.
Please. Man, I do like when,
And what do you know, the diaper flops best.
Oh, yeah. Action flop.
and we need service.
8-7-3, 2 diamonds.
That don't work out good.
Shaw here, 3 cards to a flush and 3 to draw to a straight. So definitely some chances to bet now and have additional betting opportunities on the turn. So I don't mind this continue. 1/3 from him. And K here with the 2 overs, no spades in sight. Going to be hard pressed to continue. So he'll get out of the way. And now back over to Lynn. Wow, quick call there. Okay.
Hollywood with these. You know what I'm saying? Act like you had something.
Oh, that's a good card for Lynn.
Yeah, no additional equity here for Shaw. Going to be pretty tough for him to continue unless he feels like going for the 0 equity bluff. Yeah, he is just going to check this back and give it up. But, ooh, that is a bad river for Shaw. He's going to finish with top pair now. And with 500K in the middle, yeah, I think he can safely go for a little bit of value against Lynn's 3 checks in a row.
He will definitely not be happy to see the deuce 3 here when he gets snap called.
Ooh,
Wow, amazing.
check raise
Yeah,
If-
these small bets in position really can get punished, and this is exactly the kind of situation that you don't want to have as Shaw. The diamond comes in, or for the front door flush. Of course, he has the queen of diamonds to block that, but opening the pot for only 1/5 pot, trying to get that little bit of value, and now getting check raised. This feels really gross.
I personally don't love the check raise here. I don't like the small bet necessarily either, but this check raise really, you're just opening yourself up to getting shipped on here with diamonds or a straight.
Big hand from start to finish.
Worked out well in Lynn's case.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
it's
I
a lot
think
of
Lynn
spots
is,
where that gets
I mean, he's a
punished.
very sharp player, so I think he's just picking up on the fact that this tiny little bet in position is just not going to be representing a lot of strength, and he can get that additional value with the small check raise there. So, I mean, obviously we can see the cards, but I think that's Lynn is being very astute about the situation.
Hand value right there.
Lynn
You got
is
back.
well known in Houston. He's made some deep runs at a lot of big events here. He is from Pearland.
Pearland.
Pearland. Are any of those letters silent? Or
Just the A,
okay,
the first A.
Pearland. His occupation is a chiller. This is what he wrote, not my interpretation. He wants to mention the Luke Foundation. That's the shirt that he's wearing. The assist family with children suffering head injury.
Hold
Luke's
my
Hope
hand.
for Minds. 5% of everything he wins when he plays poker goes to the Luke's Foundation, so that's what he wanted to mention. He says his total poker earnings are 345 USD. I will bet the over. His best, but maybe these are 100 after this. Could be.
People on the other side.
He might be bluffing us also. Says his best win is 240. I have it on high authority that he almost final tabled the $5,300 event that was ran in Texas not too long ago. So I think he's done a little better than that. But his poker goal is not much. Become an average player. He also said, "No chopping until I am gone."
All right.
All that chop talk doesn't matter while Lynn's at the table if you take this at face value.
25,
If Shaw looks familiar, it's because he final tabled our mystery payday event. Speaking of chops, he chopped it 4 ways. It was one of the last 4 to split the remaining bounty and do a chip equity chop in that first live stream event. Second live stream event, I guess.
He is coming back. He gonna come off the bench, though. That's different.
Also a local legend. I know there's a lot of people in Houston rooting for Shaw to win this.
Everyone's good.
All right, level up here. 25 and 50K are the blinds. And 50K big blind ante. Relatively modest increase in the big blind. Not going to take the average stack down too much. As AC will come in for what I think is his first raise, King 10 of diamonds.
For anyone wondering, the red chips are 5K denomination, white chips are 25K denomination, and the brown chips are the big chips in play, 100,000.
Yeah.
Derek defending his big blind with the Jack-7 off. Next with second pair here. This is a very disconnected ace-high board. Going to be really good for AC's opening range, so he'll continue likely for a small size. Looks like he goes for the 1/3 sizing. Derek makes the call with second pair. And a deuce of diamonds here on the turn. Additional flush equity here for AC, as well as the 2 overcards. But he's going to check this back very quickly. Just taking his free river does not improve him. Aces and deuces on board with the king kicking, no good. Let's see if Derek goes for a block or just checks it over. Yeah, just checks, giving AC an opportunity to perhaps fire off a bluff, but wouldn't have hated a little 1/6 top block there, something with just 100K. Kind of see what happens, but nonetheless, Derek will take that one down.
AC is pretty well known in Houston for being a satellite monster. He gets to play in every big event around here by qualifying. And then he even won his main event seat last year playing on a subscription app for $50. Got to play in the main event because that's just what he does. Very present on the local community boards, media groups for Houston Poker. He's originally from St. Louis. You can follow him on Twitter at MoxieDog12. He's a lab analyst. Career earnings of $365,000. Next poker win was 7th place in the WSOP Big 50. His poker goal is to have fun. That is an achievable goal.
I know how you run. Good check back on the river. Bet that shit.
Troy in the chat. I'm rooting for Larry Wayne, aka Wiz, for the bark. Also, good luck, Shaw.
That bark is something else, too.
Yeah,
man.
Larry
That literally rattles the building when he makes that.
He is well known for the bark. Assuming something goes his way at this final table, we will likely hear it. I do have very strict rules for Larry when it comes to the bark. I do tell him
You just get the
no barking until after 5 p.m.
Like, you know, so
I did tell him today that it was okay, seeing as it's a final table, but and a limit of 1 bark per level.
Keep shipping chips to him.
Hey.
Yeah, he just.
Oh, I think he got a different sense of what y'all be trying to do.
I am a fair,
He has no
reasonable
game,
man.
I swear. Who?
Yes, you are.
Demond joining us here in the chat. What's up, my man? How you doing? Good to see you making a solid run in this thing. Sorry you came up a little bit short, but always nice to take a chip lead into day 2. Good to see you, man.
Find a win or loss, and from there on, you get reason what kind of game you come up today. All right, let's go.
There's Larry. Wiz.
I just want to know what a seat change button is. That's the first seat change button. I just need to know.
Always with the sharp-looking shirt.
I know. It should be a random. Every 3 hours, you get a seat change button. Rotate.
Derek here on the button with the king-queen off. Starting this hand with a little over 30 big blinds. Facing this open from Lynn in the hijack. Does look like he is putting together a 3-bet. That is the 3x raise here. These two players definitely with a lot of experience playing against one another. Queen jack off though, just a pretty mediocre hand here to turn into a 4-bet. Certainly not very playable hand out of position facing 3-bet either. So a lot of times you're just gonna ditch this, but let's see if Lynn has other ideas.
Oh, wow, he thinks. Oh, looks like he laid it down. Taking a quick break. Great job, PokerAtlas and the whole TCH crew. Always a pleasure, Hammer and team. Glad to have been a part of it. From Rich Castro. Thanks for the kind words, buddy.
Thank you, Rich. Obviously a cousin of Justin Hammer.
No. Oh, take a look at that.
Whoa.
Next stop announced during the 500K guaranteed title event. That's coming up soon. You know what else is coming up soon? We're going to have a little chat with Norman Chad of ESPN fame.
It's because his brain is just clear.
He's going to join the live stream.
Too many malfunctions.
Coming up in about an hour and a half.
It's definitely not a Hollywood.
So stick around for that. If you got any questions for him, get them ready. We'll read some to him in the chat.
One folds again.
AC here going for the limp under the gun, the ace-4 suited. Limp always going to raise some eyebrows as everyone will have it running through their mind that this could be a monster lying in wait looking to go for the limp back raise.
I call him a king high.
Ryan will just call as well from the hijack. Now Shaw on the ace-8 suited on
You wanted to see what
just
you wanted to see
about
his hand.
12 big blinds to start the hand. He's going to call as well. And Kay will have an option to check, which he will. So 4 players going to take the flop here.
You can hear Derek talking about, he said that's the worst call I've made in 10 years. He's talking about the king high call at the beginning of the stream.
That was pretty bad. But it's easy to say that when you can see the cards, right?
10 years is a long time. I've known Derek for a while. I would venture a guess that he's made a worse call than that in 10 years.
Yeah, but off the stream, he says he had aces.
It's true. I mean,
I was slow playing aces.
it's a bottom 5 for sure, but I think he's got
They say it's 11 hours, but I can get there in like
957 miles.
yeah, I can get there like 9.5.
I actually drove there.
AC here betting small, 75K into
It's a long ass
250.
drive. Don't drive at night though, because there's a lot of deals.
Everybody out of the way, including the best hand, pocket sixes. Over to K here with just bottom pair. No clubs in sight. Yeah, he's just going to let that go, and AC going to take this one down.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like Kay was just waiting for the actions on you to let that one go.
Stick with a lot of chips here. Although with the increase in the blinds, his EV count has gone down a bit, down to 163. Still a ton of chips.
You slept or what, bro?
He won some pretty key pots yesterday as we were down to 2 tables. Just went on a big run.
I gave you a ring and now you refuse.
Definitely the best time of the tournament to run good is right up into the final table. So must feel nice to have well over 100 big blinds sitting here as he's now looking down at the ace-king off as well. Going to come in for a raise. He's going to feel pretty good as well.
That's a promise.
It's true. You cannot win unless you put it in.
325.
That's a promise.
Put the hand
This is a very bold move from Lynn,
Wow.
going to raise the under the gun open from the chip leader with the Jack-10 suited.
literally even like imagination like a non.
That is an aggressive play for sure. This will be interesting to see how.
It's only been 2 rounds.
Wow, Paul wakes up to
Another
an ace
ace
king
king.
here.
And Ace Jack went to the muck. There's a lot of playable hands.
Big hands, obviously.
Have a feeling Lynn may be raising himself out of this pot. We'll see an all in between the ace kings here. We'll see.
Hit that one.
Yeah, Paul starting this hand with 30 big blinds.
Bet's gonna be
He's
always
not the
like-
shortest player at the table, so 30 bigs
How about that?
feels like a mountain of chips when you know that,
Wow, he folds.
yeah, Paul over there, he's got something like 10 or 11 bigs, so yeah, he is going to make the snug fold.
I mean, he literally called pre-flop too. Like,
And that's definitely something that a lot of players will miss is, you know, taking into consideration the ICM, the infinite chip model, into your decisions when, you know, there is at least one player, if not several players, that have a lot fewer chips than you. You don't just go sticking all your money in the middle with ace-king like you would feel pretty comfortable doing earlier in the tournament. So yeah, I like the fold there. Now it's back over to Stick here, and how does he want to approach this? I mean, he can apply maximum pressure here and really just only be worried about aces and kings for Lynn.
Yeah, if I'm stick, I'm making about 800 here, maybe 850, give or take, and stick it to him.
That was.
Sorry, I've been
I thought I
waiting
was.
for
I
that
thought I
moment.
was going to be the one with the dad jokes on this stream, but you just came right out the gate.
No, I think I make it somewhere between 800 and 900. No problem calling off a shove if Lynn shoves here.
Wow, I think that's exactly what he did. Let's see.
This is precisely why raising with hands like 10 jack suited that plays so well post flop is just not a great idea to 3-bet. But again, everyone's got their style and their ranges and whatnot. Personally, I like to just call in position with hands like that. Obviously, open raising is one thing, but 3-betting, not a fan, and this is why. Hand plays so well post flop. Now it's costing him so much that it's almost just hurting his chances, really. If he does call here, which is a very tough call, he's gambling a lot that he hits something.
how Brady came in the league.
So my preference is to keep the pot smaller here.
Decent career in college.
Play the hand in position, call the raise, see what happens, and go from there.
Yeah, particularly against this individual with the overwhelming chip lead. He's got
That's why I think he is.
an under-the-gun raising range, which is, certainly you can give him credit for having a little bit wider range, but I mean, he's just going to have all the power in the world to punish you just as he's doing here. And now he's trying to decide if he wants to take this price. I mean, he's not getting a terrible price. Jack-10 suited, of course, going to play really well, even against the premiums that have him in the doghouse. So, he's very well considering making the call here, taking a flop in position, and sort of seeing where the hand takes him. Problem is, of course, if he commits the chips, stacked pot ratio is going to be right around 1. So he's not going to have very much maneuverability, if any. I mean, Stick can just jam it in his face on pretty much every flop. And I think Lynn is just going through that sort of analysis of like, if I make the call and it comes Jack or 10 high, like, am I willing to just put all the chips in here And if the answer to that is no, then he should just fold now, right? So he does indeed settle on the fold, and stick will take this one down.
Yeah, 10 Jack suited is one of those unique hands where you really want to just sort of call in position here. He applies place in there, but at the same time, it's not a horrible hand to shove with. Not necessarily in this particular situation, but in general, it has played pretty well against aces. So it's not an awful hand. It's just one that I think is better to play in position rather than opening yourself up to getting raised off the hand like he did.
All right, here on your screen, we've got the prize pool and the payout. So our next player out will be taking home a tidy 10K plus, and then all the way on up to first place, $111,380. Wow, what a payday that would be and will be for one of these players.
BP had asked in the chat, what is the buy-in for this event? It was an $1,100 buy-in event. BP, I can only assume that's Bill Perkins. Might not be.
Break that over, dog.
I'll be winning 3 races, bro.
It was an $1,100 buy-in, got 561 entries.
Yeah, I hope it went one.
You're gonna be there.
I was hoping it came back to that. I tell you, really. No.
We are down to the final 9. We had 4 starting flights. Played day 2 yesterday, down to the final table.
Hi, you guys.
You know?
It was a fairly quick day
Good
yesterday,
to see
actually.
y'all here. Yes, I was watching y'all come in going, yeah. All right, here we go.
Yes, ma'am. Pretty good group of guys.
Yes.
Pretty good.
Who were the commentators?
That's
Mr.
Alex, optional
Alex
green.
Optional. He was here yesterday.
Finally
Sat
got
down
the
and
hand under the gun.
chatted with him for a bit. Alex, this is John Friedberg talking. Alongside me is Mr. Justin Hammer.
I was like, maybe I should raise.
And I'm Aaron McAvoy coming at you here out of Austin, Texas, doing this
That was a
remotely.
big hand, Osgo.
2-fold.
Very big.
How big? How big?
Relatively to me.
We're gonna find out in 30 minutes.
At least a big bench meet with someone.
Don't forget to stick around for a bit.
Get to see the tree
Players are going to go on break, and we are going to bring on Norm and Chad in about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
He look like he pulled something big. This guy look like he pulled something big.
Had all the players ask him some questions.
Oh my God! I'm gonna give me that.
We'll read on the air, chat with him for a little while.
This game, yeah, you look like you had something there.
Shortly after that, we have a big announcement on the next PokerAtlas Tour stop.
Okay, the headset's falling off right now. As I
The only couple of things is I give my tips to very capable players. So you should take some consolation out.
Yeah, did you feel good about that?
Not that good, but you know, Ralph, you might give tips to somebody who don't know how to do shit.
That means you might get it back and give it to somebody else.
I'm trying to sweet talk myself, yeah?
Okay, makes sense. You're saying he gonna do something with it, bro?
I think he did yesterday. I gave him a bunch of
Lynn is never short on words.
Hang out pretty much the
Literally.
same.
He did that today.
If you don't come to the top two, it'll be a disappointment.
He did enough already.
The give is keep on giving, man. It's no
don't
limit
have to
to.
worry about this.
As we just listen to the table talk here for a little while.
2-fold, 3-fold.
You guys all know each other pretty well. Is that right, Justin?
7.
Yeah, this is a lot of these guys are. They play a lot of the Houston events. They're very active in the Houston chat groups. They are very much in love with their city of Houston. You can see a lot of Houston swag on whenever they're playing anywhere, and all very solid poker players. I imagine this is their nice little last stop before heading out to the World Series.
9 minutes, 400.
Nice of the World Series to schedule their event after ours.
Yeah, Mr. Jack Effel called me, and
Heads up, all in.
we talked about the dates in late May. He said, you know, John, why don't you go ahead and take second part of May with PokerAtlas Tour at Texas Card House, and then we'll start up right around Memorial Weekend.
I don't know.
Jack and I always working together on our schedules.
Right. Here we go.
Wiz, you're all in. for shade under 20 big blinds. Looks like around
Am I the only one who
19
drew
and a
for
half big
Harry?
blinds, but in a good spot here up against the chip leader.
All in
He's
9,
suited versus the king, queen suited. Needs to fade
Let's get a sweat. Let's get a
queen
9, 10,
or some
1
clubs.
Which way do you do it? Do you just go straight like that, or have to go on the other side and sweat it?
I predict
Saying that you flip it.
a sweat hand here. Probably an ace, but 2 clubs or something of the sort.
Ooh, let's see. While
It is TV poker, and that kind of stuff does happen more often on TV poker, so let's see.
let's talk about Wiz while he's all in here. He's from Houston, Texas. His occupation is a poker dealer. Family he wants to mention. He wants to say his mom had a private club in New Orleans when he was young. And that was it for what I was going to do.
Or at least you put the dry jacket clubs in
Total
front of
poker earnings live 300,000, online 750,000. Best poker win online WSOP bracelet 7-card stud for $90,000. As we see this all, oh, you were close. Oh, it's still 10 ball. It's still
Little
a sweat.
I think maybe a club on the turn for a real sweat.
Let's see. Oh, black. He's gonna need a 10 only. Otherwise, Wiz is gonna get, as my friend Ray likes to say, the full double. Ooh.
I know it's like
It was a 4-sider.
There it is. As advertised.
Yeah, Wiz earned that one for sure.
I'm glad you're up.
Got that boy barking on us, man.
Alright, so with that double up, Wiz going to be up in the middle of the pack over 40 big blinds. Shaw here alone at the bottom on 11 bigs. All that pretty healthy 29 bigs. And Stick, after doubling up Wiz there, hardly any damage whatsoever. He still has 3x the nearest stack. Must be.
I know, brother.
Not really, but I'm going to work with it.
All right, so after that little bit of excitement, we will move along here. Hand number 15. We look at the V-pips there. Stick doing some work with that big stack. Wiz and Ryan waiting for their spots. Everybody else kind of hanging out in the middle in terms of the number of hands that they are playing.
Matter of fact, bring me a tequila shot.
Yes. All right. And
Tequila?
top line, Lawrence.
This might come as a surprise to both of you, but the amount of barking doesn't decrease as the alcohol increases. They actually they travel. They are directly related. The ratio is very closely related.
All right. Here we go.
That's all we know. Him.
So if I were a betting man, I would take the over 0.5 mil bar. If I were a betting man.
Yeah, I don't think I'm taking the under.
Yeah.
Sideways. Get 150.
Well, it's also like minus 3,300, so I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Paul here going to open to 3x off of his 30 big blind.
Thank you.
If you fly out and jam, I snap it over. And then I just lose nothing. It's nice.
Thank
You
you.
are not
Yeah.
snapping nothing off, bro.
I'm here.
Stop lying to this dude.
You lose.
Huh?
Oh, that's
2.6 you snapping?
Don't worry.
No.
You don't have to go 2.6,
Oh, okay.
man. Flat. I say if you flat, you already raised me. I can't call.
No, I thought you mean this.
I say if you flat it and you jam, I
Then you
snap
jam
it.
up.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
in here with a hand that
Then I just
can definitely mix into a 3-betting range
And then I get off scot free, stay
Yeah,
at
but-
8.5.
at these stack depths.
You only have, you don't, I'm gonna, yeah, you don't
So it's going to take a peek over at Paul's
You only have
Chips.
100 is you already
decide how to proceed.
I done with
It's easy to say now that we
And wow, he's just going to let this go. That's a little bit.
the hands gonna play like that
Curious.
10 out of 10 times.
I suspected a call or a 3-bet, but not going to play the hand at all.
No,
Go.
the hand's gonna play like
Going to
that.
wait for a better spot. Also makes a lot of sense with the ICM in consideration.
You're gonna raise, you're
You
gonna
never
fall.
flat. No, you did. I'm saying it's gonna play like that.
Shaw down there on the short stack, he is no stranger to being
There's
a
a lot of
short
people
stack.
where it plays out
Part
well.
of
Y'all gonna play that 10 out of 10.
the end of day 2, at one point I walked over and he was probably around 3 big blinds
It's gonna play like that every time.
and got it in Got it in against the big blind, who called without looking at their card and got a double.
Praise had to call him, but he said he ready to snap your ass.
Won a flip for another double, then got it in with King Jack against Ace Queen, Ace High Lord, and picked up his cards to throw them in the muck. King on the turn, so we sent him down, and then a king on the river for his third full double. Got right back into it, was at 30 big blinds in no time. Ends up making the final table. Never give up.
Yeah, that is a very, very sound lesson, or piece of advice rather, for tournament poker. Never give up. As long as you have chips, you are still alive. And I've seen way too many times people just punt off their last few big blinds, just putting it in blind or whatever. You know, and just the opposite of that is true. Like, I've seen people just wait around, sit on their couple big blinds, put it in the best spot they can find, and yeah, get those sort of miracle double ups to hold on. And you never know when a little rush is going to hit you and get you right back into the mix. So
absolutely.
Okay, you're going to flop a gut shot to the wheel. Ryan, 2 overs and hearts with the best hand.
125.
And Ryan just calling from the big blind here.
Heads up.
So this is going to favor his range. Wow. Taking away additional outs from K.
Yeah, Ryan picks up the ace-high flush draw here on the turn. Ryan is from Lake Jackson, and he is an engineer. And declined to answer any of the other questions. So that is the end of my bio for Ryan.
A lot of my family members, they lost everything. Not fun. Oh, you mean here?
K here in a little bit of a tricky spot. If he does continue betting, he kind of wants to build the pot to a point where he can shove the river, but instead he'll check it back with his ace-high and gut shot equity. And Ryan is going to get all the way to the ace-high flush here.
He looking at him. He already looking at him. He already looking at him.
How to
I don't want to know.
get chips in the middle.
I don't want to know. I don't want none of that information.
Always fun to get the nuts on the river, or any time really, but more fun on the river.
3 bets. 300.
No information, no way.
Half pot value bet here from Ryan. I like the size. K just doesn't have anything to sort of hero call with, as he is not going to dig in quite like Derek did. I'll let that go.
I hope no one was expecting a quiet final table.
Yeah, absolutely not. These guys all chatting it up, and it seems like, yeah, I mean, I know that I've for sure played with probably 2/3 of the players at this table pretty regularly in the Texas tournament poker scene. Only a couple of faces there really don't know. Yeah, these guys all know each other for sure.
Absolutely. Right?
I ain't say that. I said, damn, they giving them boys
Believe me, it could be anything. I know. Believe
You know that.
Absolutely.
You was giving.
I'm sure Derek would love for me to mention I've played in 2 tournaments with him, and I busted him out of
It could be
both.
6, 8, it doesn't matter. You be fucking with you.
I'm sure he would love that I'm mentioning just that one tidbit.
Speaking of Uno cards.
You got a wipe on your red too.
What the? That's us.
Oh, you know who's there?
No, 20K mo.
100.
Okay. 20 more. There's my boy, Saints, Derek Carr. Probably should have put it down. Maybe see if I was on.
Raise and take it for K there.
No, it was
Dick
not.
still with 154 big blinds, even after doubling up Wiz.
7 high, though. He plays well.
Shaw at the bottom of the pack now,
6, 7
after
hearts.
his Queen 10 hand versus Lynn's Deuce 3.
Like you can cut it down and show all your friends.
And 111,000 to the winner.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
10,420 to the 9th place finisher.
You drove in? I don't think I have to force it now.
Yeah, not bad for nice little $1,100 buy-in. Nice little World Series prep. Or stick around in Houston prep. Whatever you're doing with it. It's good prep. Good time making a final table. Texas Card House in Houston, of course, has more than just amazing tournament poker. Giving away $50,000. That promotion actually started yesterday. They're doing high hands. $2,500 a day. It starts at 11 a.m. They do it every half hour. $250. You only need a full house or better in Hold'em. Or quads are better in Omaha. That starts at 11 a.m. They do it every day, every half hour. $250 for the highest hand. I recommend coming over here and checking it out.
Yeah, this property is great. I mean, it's right in the heart of Westheimer, pretty close to the Galleria. Great location, tons of really good food nearby. El Tiempo in the same shopping center, my personal favorite Tex-Mex. For those on a unlimited budget. It's not cheap, but very good.
Shaw here moving all of his chips into the middle. 11 big blinds with the ace-king off. Ryan on the button with pocket nines here. In a little bit of a tough spot here. I mean, nines are going to feel really good if you're folded to in the big blind, making the call for 11 bigs, but when you have the small blind and the big blind left to act, there's always the concern that you'll make the call, then one of them will move all in with a covering stack, and then you'll just kind of have to make the worst decision ever, which is to just fold away all of your equity.
Yeah, if I'm Ryan here, I'm just going to stick it in here. It's a reasonable re-raise amount. You certainly don't want to call here, get shoved on, and have to make a tough decision. By shipping it here, he can oftentimes get hands like tens and jacks even to fold behind him. But more importantly, it's just an isolation play that usually works out, and then he can flip. So instead, he got scared, folded.
Just folded the 2-9. As Shaw scoops in that uncontested pot, we'll tell you a little bit about him. He's from Houston. His Twitter handle is @none. Occupation is poker. It's tough to talk louder.
Yeah, I think so.
Family to mention on the stream, Jessica Richards, who we all know. She played a lot of our events out here. That's Shaw's fiance. And David Shaw, his father, same name. Jessica Richard and David. Shaw wanted to give you both a shout out, so shout out. Total poker earnings are between 500 and 600,000. Best poker win, 54,000 is poker goal. Is to win this final table for his first six-figure score ever.
Yeah, I got to meet Jess a few times here during the PokerAtlas Tour. And nice girl, plays a bunch of poker herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't make the final table here with her worse half, but
she went deep in the PLO tournament. She did well in a lot of the no limit tournaments. She's got good rank. She won a ladies event at Choctaw a little over a year ago. She's a player.
Yes.
Stick here opening from UTG2. And Shaw looking down at pocket sixes in the big blind. Just going to make the call here. Take off a flop with 10 bigs behind. And yeah, that's not the flop he had in mind, although he is still ahead.
yeah, pretty much a terrible flop for both hands, but Stick most likely going to take a tiny stab here, and Shaw will fold very quickly.
Matthew Wallace here in the chat wants to know who are the commentators. I am Aaron McAvoy, a regular commentator here out of Austin, TCH Austin. And joining me are the two gentlemen from the PokerAtlas Tour. We've got John and Justin over there in Houston.
I also learned everything I know about final table commentating from Norman Chad. So if you have anything positive, any positive feedback on my commentating, you can thank Norman Chad. And if, frankly, if you don't like me, you can blame Norman Chad. Speaking of Norman Chad, he will be on the air with us shortly. Got some questions we've been asking others what questions they have for Mr. Norman Chad. He'll be on, what, Justin, on the first break, I believe?
Absolutely. Norman Chad, he's a friend of mine. He was top of the list to get in here as soon as Lon said no. And we are happy to have him in here and ask some questions. If you're in the chat and you want to know anything, he has agreed to take some questions from the chat, and the players have wrote down some of theirs, and he's just going to hang out and chat with us for a while, and then shortly after, we will be announcing our next tour stop. So looking forward to that.
Something else. Look, you know,
There it is. Next stop announced during 500K guaranteed title event. I like to raise the guarantee as the prize pool goes up. I might be the only one who does that.
Everybody knows. Hold it. Eat that hand. Go
He's
ahead.
here.
hurry up.
Call it a 549K guarantee at this point.
Good to go. 9 fold.
Oh, click on it? Did I do it wrong? Okay, we'll call it a...
1 fold.
Oh, no, that's right. Okay.
Let's call it a 500. I'm going to round up a little bit. I'm going to call it a $550,000 prize pool.
Well, you got to add 220 to it out of your own pocket.
That's fine. I would be happy to do that
All right,
if
well,
I got held to it.
We'll call it a 550K guarantee. If you count the barbecue that these guys ate, they definitely got 220 worth of value there for sure. Yesterday was the finger liquor event.
Usually play that one, but there's a bunch of them.
We catered.
Yeah.
We ordered about 150 people worth of barbecue from the pit room. The finger liquor was the tournament that inspired the barbecue, obviously, but the players in the main event that were left were invited to it. Many of the ones you see here did partake.
Yeah, that food was great. Pit room is strong barbecue here in Houston, Texas.
It was some of the best barbecue I have ever had. I highly recommend
7 raised.
the brisket.
350.
We'd like to thank the pit room for sponsoring our finger liquor no limit hold'em event yesterday.
Absolutely.
We love food, we love poker, and love combining the two as much as we can. As we travel around, bring this tour to different cities and states, maybe even countries, we will always look to partner with local restaurants in the area as much as possible. Personally looking forward to Las Vegas to show off my very good friend Eric Garma's restaurant, Teriyaki Madness. Stores located all around Las Vegas. Fantastic, fresh, healthy Asian grill. Teriyaki Madness. If you're headed to Las Vegas for the World Series, definitely hop in an Uber or just call Grubhub or Uber Eats or whatever and check them out. Very good stuff.
I'm
And
looking
it's
forward.
lucky food.
I'm looking forward to the pit room sponsoring our next finger liquor.
Probably got the standard 2.5 to about 4 to 1, 5 1 range.
4.
Try to talk praise into
And
it.
6.
Huh?
Or if someone wants to come in and try and take over sponsorship, I am willing to try samples.
But I feel like
We are free agents now.
We are free
Our
agents.
contract with the pit room is up, so If you have a restaurant
So I don't
Yeah.
and you want to give us a lot of food,
Yes.
call us.
John and I will happily come try your food.
Kind of like in football.
I thought it was.
We will.
If you sweat NFL, you
Especially
pick the
if it's
winner, the
brisket.
line don't even have any effect in like 60-70% of the games.
Lynn here going to raise it up with the pocket fives from
I'm not saying
UTD
because
1
Miami
into
always coming from
the
behind.
chip leaders big
Yeah.
blind. And
Next
Yeah, they
thing
be
will
10
defend
plus
with
behind and
king
they
four
come
off.
back. So that's why I thought the
But
point
sweat it
was
if you
gonna
bet football. Like I like this dog +8. They went straight up. Point 10, no difference.
Queen 9.
I like this favorite -9.
Well, spades out
They
there,
went
so
about
we've got a little
52,
bit of a
didn't
graph
matter. You know, just-
here, but
Yeah, I agree.
going to be
You
a
pick the winner
favorable
in
flop here
NFL.
for Lynn's
You'll
range.
pick at least 60%.
Stick does have the king of spades,
Don't
which
even look
is
at the line.
an
Just go.
interesting card.
But it's hard to pick a dog at home that gets 10. Like I think you need to win.
the
That's
mindset
100,000 here
Exactly,
from Lynn,
correct.
and Stick is going to make the call.
A half. When they see
King high.
6.5, the mindset change.
Back
6,
towards
They can win by
spades,
7.
and there is a
3.5,
pair and an
mindset
additional
change.
spade
Yep.
here for
True
Stick.
story.
Big
A
jump in
3.5,
equity
6.5,
there.
7.5.
Yeah, those right there.
I'll check it
Kinda like
over
me when I
once
bet
more.
totals.
And
I want it to be
Lynn
36. I don't want
approach
it to be
for
40.
this
I hate
turn
that.
spot.
That hook.
When it looks like too deep, and they get
500K
40
in
come
the
with that
middle.
41 or 40 and a half.
Yeah,
Goes over.
yeah,
They come with that 36.
yeah.
Scott goes way
You
under.
feel good. You feel
Yeah.
good.
Fire
You feel good.
again. Looks like half pot.
10-7 final. 17,
Under.
10 final.
Yeah.
Or they give you that 60.
Maybe setting himself up for another punishing
Rams in Kansas City.
Below here from
They
Stick.
scored 100
And
something.
Stick controls
They
the
scored
key
100
card, the king of spades.
Good
Yeah,
luck
when
to
it's
him.
ridiculous, I think.
Good luck to him. That was way easy.
Yeah, when it's really ridiculous, I
It's
think.
50 something or something like that. It was crazy. The best. I feel like offense was the best.
Lynn here with 30 big blinds behind. And yeah, here comes the hammer.
9 raised.
Tough spot for Lynn here. Looks like Stick
90 total.
raising here. I think Lynn's going to have to let his hand go.
Yeah, it's a small bet and a small raise, so Stick not really giving him the business here. I mean, of course, if he does have a turn flush, he doesn't need to raise very large. And the stacked pot ratio, if Lynn makes the call, is going to go well under 1. So yeah, I like this. I like this size here from Stick. And yeah, I mean, if you're Lynn, it's just kind of like you're trying to just get a queen to fold, maybe even the odd 8. But once you get this check raise here, you're just really up the creek without a paddle. Always feels like you're just getting pushed around by the chip leader, though, when they do stuff like this. And indeed, he was ahead, but there's just really no way to defend on that texture, so he does let it go.
Yeah, both of these players play a lot in Houston. I actually noticed on the day 2 redraw, they were seated right next to each other, but Stick had position on Lynn. They were right next to each other, and Stick was right, and they were 2 of the bigger stacks. They both had well over 800,000, which was over 100 big blinds to start day 2, and they were right next to each other. And every time I walked by the table, it seemed like these 2 were involved in a very large pot. So now at the final table redraw, it flip-flopped. Lynn has position, but obviously Stick has a much bigger stack this time around. But these 2 are not afraid to play at each other, that's for sure.
Make it 115. Seat 2 raised.
So Lynn here, after having to fold the best hand on that last hand, is going to get rewarded for just sort of getting out of the way. He's got queens this time around on a 30 big blind stack. Yeah, he's going to have to tango with Stick once again. And Wiz here actually getting a price out of the big blind with a couple of Broadway cards. So all the queens represented here. Going to a flop 3 ways.
3 players.
3 players.
Nick Taralba joining us in the chat. What's up, dude? Welcome to the stream.
Nick says he wishes he was in Texas. Why aren't you in Texas, Nick? Nick was here playing some of our events.
Two bet, 125, 9 fold.
Nick coming off a win right before this series started.
One fold. Heads up.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wiz just hits the straight right in the gut.
Lynn's still building his pot. It is 1/3, so he's maybe hoping to get a free river check back. But yeah, Wiz is going to shove it in here. And this is the last thing that he wanted to see once again.
Y'all stay on the Perrier waters.
Immediately following the previous hand.
Gonna check that beer for some clarity real quick while he patiently awaits Lynn's decision. For those of you who have sensitivity to volume, I will prepare your eardrums because I sense a bark is en route.
Is this the same level that he already barked in? I thought there was a 1 bark per level rule you said.
Oh, you're right.
So will this be a penalty if he barks?
I mean, unfortunately, this all happened 30 minutes ago. So I can't. Oh.
You never have a hand? God damn.
I have a hand, but not like
No
that.
bark?
My hand was like,
Well, I don't
He never has a
you make
hand.
that move and make
I don't
calls.
think it's past the point of no return yet.
Yeah, queen.
Maybe, very possible, he is just
You had
The
a
other
hand.
hand that
Yeah,
honoring our
I don't know,
agreement.
like, I think I got night jack.
Also, I think he wanted to get called so badly that he forgot that he won the pot. He's
Yes.
like, as soon as Lynn folded, he felt like he lost. So
You'll find out.
That's true. He probably thought that he
But it was neither
was going to win a much bigger pot. You're right. So it was a little bit of pot
I had
shock.
10 of diamonds in my hand, if that makes any sense.
But he did just glance at the clock. He sees there's 7 minutes left until the
I just thought you had a big
standard barking level.
hand. King,
I
queen.
Come
was
into
hoping
play.
I was going to pump it up.
Yeah, you had a big hand pre.
We got Jamie in the chat doing the barking for us. Let's see. There. For those of you who are looking forward to it.
Looks like a bluff. You only had about a million left.
Bow wow, bow wow.
You're right. I was not bluffing.
4 raise, make it
And I don't
100.
think you're going to have a hand that's just called iron. I called 2 on 1,000.
7 play.
I just had a judge value bet that it would.
Just thought after
Ooh, you got some good hands here.
Check raised 4 times. I thought you had a really big hand that time. You know, that's all.
1 fold.
Might be an
You were
interesting
ready to
hand.
go, that's all. That's the only reason.
Ace queen, ace 10, pocket 6s.
I mean, a real
And Lynn with the jack deuce suited.
King, aces.
Getting laid a good price
Really,
there.
in my heart, I thought you had an aces, ace, you know, really big and hand queen. If you were ready just to say, you know what, I'm tired of getting check
good
raised.
flop here for Derek.
No, it doesn't look like that.
It don't work like that? Okay.
Of course, multi-way, you're always
If you
a
had the
little
hand
bit
like
more
king jack, it
cautious.
would work, right?
But with the top pair,
If you had aces, it
top
probably would work.
kicker here, certainly going to be in a position to
If you had king, queen, it
put a
probably
little
would
bet
work.
out there. Usually 1/3, something to that effect, and he does indeed go for 175.
It didn't happen, but
7 call. 8 fold. 2 fold.
Relatively quick call here from K. An ace of his own. We go heads up to the turn. 4 of hearts here. A little bit of extra equity here for K. If he can now hit a heart or a 10. Also chopping with a 9.
7 check. Check bid. Heads up.
We go checky checky. So K will get to see that river card for free. It's the meaningless 5 of diamonds though, and Derek will finish with the best hand if we get to showdown. Pretty good spot here for a bet check bet line if you're Derek. Something around half pot makes a lot of sense, but let's see how he navigates this. 800K in the middle, stack to pot ratio at 2.
4 bet, 420.
And yeah, 420 for half pot.
420.
Smoke them if you got them.
Nothing.
Be hard for K to fold here. Top pair, decent kicker.
Got them this time. Hands got it.
Yeah, K does make the call. Derek, you're going to win a nice pot. Shipping up just about $1 million on the hand.
Guys, I'm gonna go home and watch you on the tube now.
K will take a little hit, but still healthy, up over 40 big blind.
Okay, I can't wait. I really want to go home and watch. Here comes Alejandro.
Alejandro stuffed peppers.
Felt like it was a tip answer. Thank you. I appreciate it. The thought would count. All right, here you go.
Value, right? So
They do.
Shaw still hanging on 10 big blind stack. Lynn and Paul hanging in around the 20 big blind mark. Everybody else in pretty healthy territory. So definitely the pressure on those 3 players at the bottom. And with about 3-4 minutes left in this level, we're getting a dealer change. And number 25. I do want to thank everybody for joining us. 350 of you fine folks hanging out with us. If you have not already, do consider striking the like button and do make sure that you are subscribed to the channel for all of our future broadcasts as well. Have live cash game poker coming at you throughout the week, as well as regularly scheduled tournament final tables on Saturdays out of Dallas.
I'll be driving with the house anyway today. Or Uber or something. We do like this with Gigi with the money.
Larry doing the unlit cigarette out of his mouth at the final table, a la Sammy Farha. Speaking of,
Didn't have ace queen B.
Sammy also played in this main event.
No,
Yeah,
I
they
said you
jack.
didn't have king high like I
Ace
called
ten,
you.
Couple
ace
bullets,
jack.
if I'm not mistaken.
Who cares? I mean, ace jack.
What I'm saying
Same as
was
the
you
Houston
called
guy,
me
right?
down
He's
to that one.
he kind of shows up around some of the poker clubs around Houston.
Two different things.
Does.
I think you had an ace lost minimum.
He has quite the reputation in the Houston area.
Yeah. You lost minimum.
So
If you had an ace,
you should have played more.
huh? I didn't mean
Derek here fumbling the 10 of diamonds for everyone to see.
To get started again.
Raise.
How many times he
Getting sloppy, and he's not even the one drinking yet.
I think he had a fresh beverage over there, or at
Oh,
least
okay.
had participated in the beer earlier.
Oh, okay. Well then,
How many times did he
justifiable. Allowed to be a little sloppy if you're drinking.
That's what I'm saying.
They made that song about you?
You know what I'm saying earlier.
Alejandro.
Whiz with the barking hand.
About him, bro. We flying out, man.
Yeah, Wiz just making the call here on the button. A little bit of a trap sort of situation. Did have the blind still left to act, and wow, what a flop we got here. Top 2 for Wiz.
What's the signature on the ace? What's the signature?
Yeah, it was. You probably should have re-hit that ace.
And K here just folds to a single bet with the second pair there. Not interested whatsoever in continuing.
Hello.
Drake got, did good with the hoodie on last
I
week.
got my t-shirt.
Ryan Crow joining us here in the chat. What's up, Ryan? Says, main event, woohoo. Thanks, PokerAtlas, for partnering with TCH for this awesome event. Heck yeah.
Damn, Jerry, you listening now?
Well, thank you, Ryan Crow.
I was on.
running a fantastic poker operation here in Houston and all around Texas.
Oh, he's listening. He already
We very much appreciate working with you and happy this first tour stop was a big success for both of us.
Absolutely. Ryan took a chance on us, and we very much appreciate it, and we hope it came through huge for him. It feels like it did on our end. Very much enjoyed working in this beautiful room. If you haven't been here, 6100 Westheimer in Houston.
Exactly. Correct.
It is a beautiful room.
I should have went there.
Some of the best looking tables in Texas.
Not to mention the chairs are about as comfortable as poker chairs can be.
They are
Sit after the hour.
top notch.
Staff is great. Location's great. Venue's great. Meanwhile, AC
That's a penalty.
You looked at me, man.
sitting here with American Airlines. Red Aces.
I can't see his card anywhere, but I thought when he looked at me,
Yeah,
it
and
was
one of the
gonna be-
few
I
times
can
that
take
you
a break. I
really
need a cigarette break
are
anyway.
quite pleased about the chip leader to your direct left contemplating a raise and then putting those chips across the line.
But Hammond did say-
AC loving the fact that Stick just 3-bet him here. Jack 9 of clubs.
Oh, wow. We could talk to Dom Cheese or whatever.
Lynn folding as he should. Ryan with the 10X in his hand.
No, all y'all had to do was ask how to get
Hopefully for Ryan's sake it's not pocket 10. We can't see.
Split it up if y'all wanted it.
Guessing it wasn't pocket 10.
You still got a hand.
Oh, it could have been. It was 3-bet.
Shit, I thought I folded.
You still got a hand, right?
Y'all know I folded when I did that. So
Back to AC. What will he do? Will he 4-bet
Yeah.
or will he slow play?
that's why they were still looking at me.
Yeah, this is a spot where 4-betting really kind of announces the strength of your hand, given the fact that there are such shorter stacks at the table. AC here sitting on 40 big blinds to start this hand, so he has a big incentive to not go broke on this hand, but he is going to put in the 4th bet.
Tricky don't work sometimes.
And if
Jack
this
9
isn't-
is a dangerous hand against 2 aces. We'll see what Stick decides to do here.
Yeah, when AC commits half of his chips to the pot here, he's definitely telling a very compelling story. And Stick with the Jack 9 here, I mean, yes, his hand is going to connect with flops quite well, and he's getting a pretty reasonable price, just given the direct odds, but I mean, the stack to pot ratio is going to be, 0.5 if he makes this call. He knows that all the chips are going to go in, and AC is just very likely not doing that with a hand that Jack 9 is doing very well against, so he's going to get away from that pretty easily. And perhaps a spot where AC could have thought about just going for a flat call against the 3-bet, play sort of a check raise strategy on a lot of flops that aren't too scary, but we'll never know if that would have been a wise decision or not. You never know. Jack 9 could have just had him drawing very thin on some flops, so he'll take that one down.
Got some advice from the chat, liked and subscribed, and you, yes, you should too. If you're watching us over on YouTube, like, subscribe. There's more poker content coming your way from TCH Live. Got some great live streams.
Late, I wanted to see it.
Don't want to change how I play.
I'm just saying.
If they tell you they love
You gotta play your
Poker Monkey here in the chat says, my next trip to Dallas must include TCH Social. It's a beautiful room. Actually, I was just up there this week and played a couple of days there at TCH Social, and I can confirm that it is a beautiful room. The bacon is delicious, and the staff there are all top notch, so I had a very good time there. Didn't run too hot, but had a fantastic time playing poker in the new room. And I would definitely recommend it to anybody else in or around the Dallas area. If you haven't had a chance, go check out TCH Social over in Las Colinas. It is a fantastic spot. And yeah, having the full restaurant and bar there at your fingertips is pretty fantastic stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at those. Look at those action shots.
Yeah, very comfortable, cozy environment. And yeah, look at those snacks right there. Delicious. AC here, right back in the saddle after taking down that previous pot with the aces. He's got the ace-queen off from +2.
Yeah, I don't want to, but
And with the level going up, got a 30K small blind, 60K big blind, and ante.
easy winner. He likes that king jack.
Somebody got a
I
light.
think he has a king jack.
Somebody got a light.
Mitchell wants to know, did I buy the bacon or earn the bacon? I bought the bacon.
Is that what
Thankfully did not suffer a bad beat to earn the promotional batch of free bacon.
he said king jack? No.
Bacon is spectacular, by the way. We were there on opening day, the bad beat bacon.
Yeah, that is very good bacon.
Yeah.
Best bacon I've ever had.
Have to clarify that it's called bad beat bacon because it's what you eat after you take a bad beat to make yourself feel better, not because eating the bacon is a bad beat.
Oh, I thought maybe after you eat that, you impose bad beats on others. No?
It might also be a bad beat next time you eat any other bacon because it won't be as good as that one. We'll have to ask the executive chef. Jamie in the chat asked, is Norman Chad still coming on?
1:30.
Why, yes he is.
30.
Yes he is. Get your questions ready. Because he will answer some of them. Or all of them, I don't know.
I'm going to smoke a cigarette. I think this might take a while.
Stand out here for
Norman Chad's career in poker commentating peaked in 2006, as he and I both know.
Did he commentate on your final table?
He did, as a matter of fact.
I had a feeling
that was
that's
the peak
where
of his
you-
career.
I had a feeling that's where you were going. For those who don't know, my co-commentator is a WSOP bracelet winner.
Okay. 4:35.
I was very fortunate to be interviewed by Mr. Norman Chad one day, long ago. Wonderful dude, very funny. Just as funny in person as he is on the air.
True story. Oh, we have an all-in and a call here. Lynn with 2-7, Shaw with ace-king.
You got a little too much.
No, I meant for that.
Well, we would have both beat him.
Ace-king is a bit of a favorite now. King 10-9 board.
Jack ball.
Some chop.
Jack doesn't help.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Gonna
no
need a
chop.
7 only.
Don't worry.
Yeah, Lynn there now going to basically trade places with Shaw
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
8.
short stack position. He's going to have 10 bigs left after that one. Shaw going to be up near 20 big blinds, so a little bit of extra help for him.
I would have bumped the barrel.
Waited that whole time to call on ace king in the big blind.
Yeah, as we look there at the chip count, Stick still way up atop the leaderboard, 130 big blinds rather. Lynn, Paul, Shaw,
Let's do
all
get
under 20
playable
big
stack.
blinds.
The good part about
No,
this
it's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Boy, we don't ever count you out, I promise.
It's not over
Ever.
yet.
I promise you that.
Seating. 6. 9 fold. 1 fold.
See a flop yet?
Flop, then flop.
Shaw double, triple?
Yeah, he got an extra few chips.
Hello. You have enough?
Derek here in the cutoff. I'm
Where
going
you
to
at?
raise it up with the ace-3 offsuit.
Ace king,
2x
king.
open into K's big blind, and he will defend with the 10-8 off. Both players on 30+ big blinds here. High flop with 5 and a tray out there. Both players making a pair.
Yep.
Okay, well out in front.
You know, one to leave that alone.
Yeah, this is a very good board for Derek's range. I suspect that he'll just be able to get to a cheap showdown, but as I say that, he reaches for chips and opts for a small quarter pot continuation.
This really
Yeah,
sets you
bad
up for a chip
rail.
in a chair,
Yeah,
huh?
true story.
Quick call
That's
here
set
from
you up for
K.
a chip in a chair. Hold on, I'm not all in.
Or is this a check raise, actually? Can't quite see. Oh, this is a check raise. Okay, gonna take it up with the top pair 10 kicker. And Derek will make the call. 630,000 now in the middle. Stacked pot ratio right around 3. That's a queen of hearts now on the turn. Neither player going to favor that card. Okay, slowing down with a check.
Joker is minus 325 to be the MVP. That's crazy. That's still crazy though.
Well, they gonna take.
Who's gonna win it?
Derek
Jimmy
here
Butler
lines up
take a shot.
another
Yeah.
barrel.
One.
But
We're
what's the
getting
price
check
of
raise on the
series
flop,
till you
puts
spend my money?
285 out there. And a virtual snap call here from
He should be
K.
3.5 to 1.
Pot now up to 1.2 million, and it's a 4 diamonds on the end. Changes nothing. K will win. If we get to showdown, he'll check it over to Derek once more.
That's what I just said. Jamal Murray at 8 to 1.
I'm taking Murray.
That's not a bad 150, win 1,000. Oh, for my small bet.
And Derek is going to go for it all, shoves it all in, covering his opponent.
Big game, one big game. The momentum.
Wow, what a play here.
No, I'm saying.
I mean,
if you get-
Joker's just like
Game
a walking
winning
triple
shot.
double.
But here,
K with the best hand.
if Murray is leading them,
Derek making a big bet here on the river will make it very difficult for K to call here.
Now let me forward. You should have bet anything. I'm gonna call you. Why did you move up?
Losing the at least gets me.
A little bit of table talk here from K, but he is going to let the hand go.
We don't know.
And Derek will get away with this, and he'll show the bluff as well.
You don't have shit.
Wow, he
You
made
probably get like
the
8
exact right play. That's why. He had it big.
Great play by Derek.
Yeah, Derek is obviously very capable of such
Did you
things.
have him?
Taking a bet.
Okay, as promised,
Hey, but you can afford to make mistake.
we are about to bring on, known from ESPN, he has been the commentator of the World Series of Poker, main event, and others. I heard he even commented on your bracelet, commentated on your bracelet win in 2006. World-renowned announcer, my buddy, Norman Chad joins us. Norman, thanks for coming.
How's it going?
It is going. We are at the final table of this event. I asked if you would join us and talk about it a little bit. I had some of the final tablists ask you some questions, so if you don't mind obliging, we can ask you some of them as we go.
Sure, John, is John still with you?
Yeah, John's here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I just want to say I heard him mention that it was the highlight of my broadcasting career to commentate on his 06 bracelet event. No, that was the highlight of his poker career. I just want to say, just for y'all to, he is a bracelet winner, which is pretty good, but he went from winning a bracelet in 06 to last year at the World Series, at a $500 event, finishing 1,679th. Okay, 1679. If I finished 1679, I would tell them to take the money I want. Who are you going to tell you 1079?
You know, I hate to instantly agree with our guest here, but
I can't disagree with that comment.
if your win
So
was
here, I'm going to hang up my microphone and earphones, and you guys have fun.
if we put your wins on a flow chart, I think the actual peak would be in 2006.
Very true. That was also the year, 2006 was the year I started to take all of Norman Chad's advice that he gave all other players while commentating, probably related to the sharp decline in my results. I'm
Well, in
kidding,
your
of course.
defense,
Norman Chad, you're the best. I love
Yes.
you. It was so fun getting to talk to you, and it really was the highlight of my career. Not only the win at the World Series, but being interviewed on camera with you on ESPN was a life-changing event for me. So you really are a legend. I mean that sincerely.
I know you not. I'm just saying.
Oh, you're gonna go off.
All right, if you blow any more smoke up my butt, I'll have to put the chimney, but I appreciate your kind words.
Norman coming to us from Las Vegas, I assume. Are you geared up, ready for the World Series of Poker?
Just arrived in Las Vegas. The everything is underway today and tomorrow. Casino employees event today, and then I guess real stuff starts tomorrow.
Got it. We have Lynn is all in here with 2 4s as we see this table, and AC with 2 queens. Lynn, of course, just lost a big flip to Shaw
You know what I had?
shortly before we brought on Norman Chad of ESPN. Lynn's
Queens, though.
going to be all in for his tournament life here against AC's 2
Oh,
queens.
that was dumb diamond there.
AC, can we get some dollars for my dog?
No!
Nice guy, diamond.
Can we get some dollars for my dog?
We can do hearts.
Give us
How
2,
about
3,
clubs?
1.
No, I want to
That
get
is-
that. See, then y'all go try to be happy with
2
everybody.
dollars at least. Just
Don't
2.
y'all want to move
I wanted
up
to
one?
come deuce
No.
deuce.
Just 2.
I don't
I
want
had
to keep
quads.
them in there.
Just 2.
Not a strong put. No.
Give him a sweat.
They try to trap
Norm, what are
me.
your thoughts on the volume of Texas poker?
You haven't put a diamond out.
If it comes to queen, let's get all diamonds.
Yeah, all
That's what I'm gonna say.
Both of y'all go like that?
No,
Both
3
of y'all.
diamonds if it comes to queen. All right.
Everybody want to play. Just don't put a 4 out there.
That ain't a sweat.
King 9-7, AC still well out in front with the 2 queens.
That's a great flop for you.
Don't put a 4 out there, though. You see, still 2 of them out there.
Deuces.
I'll take
Deuce of diamonds, so Lynn's going to need a 4 and a 4 only in order to stay alive. Otherwise, we will have our 9th place finisher.
Just say all in 3. You know, for 3 million.
Is
Once
the
once
Jack of
Queen's
clubs.
he's a big blind.
Lynn is going to be eliminated in 9th place. Takes home $10,420 for his efforts.
I know she's gonna deal with the nuts.
Of course, he gives 5% of that to the Luke Foundation.
I knew she was gonna deal me a deuce.
Is that called getting wamboozled?
Hey, oh, shit.
Did I say that right?
Always.
Again, man.
Always great.
I'd be much like the PokerAtlas Playback has a little TM trademark next to it. I think Wamboozled might also. I don't know. I don't know if we're allowed to say that.
No, yeah, John owes me 50 cents every time he said.
I think.
Put it on my tab.
Yeah. I think he accepts Venmo, Apple Pay. But the night's not over. You probably want to collect them all at once so you don't have to pay the fees.
I'm just telling you, it's too loud because
Might come deuce.
If it's somebody said,
Might come deuce.
Okay, Norm, I got some questions for you. Are you ready?
I'm pocket deuce.
Sure.
that's my dog.
You be gone.
Okay. Stick, who is our chip leader with
Moving into the dark.
a bajillion big blinds,
So I can get there.
he wants to know, what is your favorite poker moment?
I mean, it's only 50 big.
My favorite poker moment,
Yes.
you know, personally, as far as I'm playing tournaments, I don't play a lot of them. It would have been when I was being moved. One time I made a final table. So we were being moved from wherever we were playing stayed in the old pavilion,
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Rio. When it just struck me that I made a final table. And I just but if I could make a final table, then pigs must be able to fly. So it's always stayed with me. A particular moment that walked probably from Amazon or
Saw it yesterday. Braves made one.
So it was making a final table yourself, not commentating on one. That is your favorite moment. That's great.
Well, just from a playing standpoint, that was my favorite moment. As far as broadcast, you know, it's
You still was talking about it.
hard. We'll go past money
Trapper,
because that's actually before we were broadcasting away. But my favorite moment to watch was the emotion, obviously, his time, see his face. He's overcome so much to get to the point where he can play poker again. And the fact that he won just struck him. It's such a big moment. But watching take the race.
Yeah, that's incredible. I am actually jealous that you get to be there for all the important moments and you get to announce them and share them with all of the world. And of course, Moneymaker was such a huge effect on all of poker. Did you really enjoy the fact that you got to see Matt Savage stand right behind Chris Moneymaker when Moneymaker won the main event?
You know, I didn't mind it at the time because I didn't know Matt Savage, so it didn't really mean much. But then when I got to know him more over the years, the more I get to know him, the less I want to see him. So now that I have to see him in those photos again, it's really bothersome. I mean, he takes a million photos of himself, so I can't believe there's other photos that we have to see that other people take of him.
True story.
Good answer.
I also know Matt Savage well, and I know that to be true. Stick is playing a big pot with Ryan here. Real quick, back to the poker. 9-5, flopped top pair. Bet the flop, check the turn, bet the river. And it looks like he got paid off there. He's going to win another one. The rich get richer, as they say.
I apologize. The only reason why I said 6 is because I had a 7. If I didn't have a 7, I would have said 7s because I respect them. I definitely would have put you on
As we take a look at the chip stacks there. Stick still well out in front with 136 big blinds. Wiz asked. Wiz is the one barking. I don't know if you've been here long enough to hear, but whenever he wins a pot, he is very likely to bark. Wiz wants to know from Norm, are you really good in stud high-low?
I'm sorry, am I really what in stud?
Are you really good at stud high-low?
Well, everything's relative. Stud high-low is probably my best game, but that doesn't mean I'm really good at it. I'm better than average, but I'm not as good as anybody who plays it seriously and is professional and knows what they're doing. But it is, you know, it's one of my several favorite games to play. It's probably I'm probably best at stud 8 or Omaha 8.
Those are also two of my favorite games.
Stud 8 is my favorite game as well.
Is it really?
It really is. Not as much in tournaments, but in cash games, I really enjoy that game. A lot of fun, a lot of action. 5 streets of betting. Lots of fun. And unfortunately, hard to find these days.
Speaking of Wiz, Shaw raised ace-deuce, AC 3-bet with 2 queens, and Wiz finds a nice fold with the 2 6s there. And Shaw throws the ace-deuce into the muck. Bill Hewer is in the chat. Bill is one of the owners here at Texas Card House Houston. He has a game that they do on Thursdays called Bill's Game. 1-3 no limit that they do on the stream here at Texas Card House. Bill wants to know from Norm, am I going to see you at the Wahlberg tournament this Saturday? Bill told me he saw you at a Wahlberg tournament a few years ago. I don't know what a Wahlberg tournament is.
I'm guessing it's something Mark Wahlberg does in Las Vegas, but that's just a pure guess, and I think either Norm is very, very stiff, practicing his poker face, or perhaps his internet might be frozen.
I still think, I'm looking at the frozen face, I think he's bluffing.
Yeah, right. No, I think he's been having some, maybe some internet problems at his location, unfortunately. It's showing him as 1 bar. There he comes.
No, it wasn't no flat.
Jerry open, call.
You just Christopher Budak. It was a raise.
Yeah, Jerry open.
That internet in Las Vegas,
I was thinking ace.
at the Horseshoe.
That's the only reason.
I imagine he's at the Horseshoe.
And remember, I just won a pot.
Yeah, our apologies here for Norm and Chad's audio issues. I assume he's having a connectivity problem. Hopefully that gets resolved soon. In the meantime, I'll be happy to fill in and answer any questions for him just as he would.
Just as he would?
Just as he would.
Okay. Okay, well then I'm gonna ask you some of these. Okay,
Try
are you
me.
ready? All right.
Why don't we do let's play the game. It's almost like the husband and wife game on
Yeah.
that old TV show where they try to ask the question to the husband on what he thinks the wife's answer will be.
Yeah.
And then they score him based on whether he was right or wrong.
The newlywed game. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, here comes the question.
Service on this table over here. Anybody sure?
Okay, Norman. This is John Friedberg filling in as Norman Chad as we see Shaw raise the ace king here and AC considering the king jack. As we wait for that, Norman's back in, it says. Oh, and your network says 10 out of 10 now. Can you hear us?
I can
It
hear
says
you.
it's holding. Oh yeah, we can hear you much better. Okay, this is probably better. We were gonna have John answer as you, but I don't. I wasn't too confident.
Like the newlywed game, Norm. I was gonna try to answer on behalf of you and then hear your answers, and I win money based on how close I was.
That's interesting. The newlywed game no longer with us, or is there a new? Has it been rebooted? But I think somehow you were going to defame or slander me answering as myself.
Never.
Okay, so this question, and then John, you tell us. Oh, I'm gonna ask Norman the question designed for Norman, and then you tell me if he got it right.
Okay.
Based off of what you would have said. Okay, Norman Chad, which of your ex-wives is your favorite, and why?
Yeah, it's been there. That's how they know.
You know, that's a loose move. I mean, what's going to do to me?
Do you want to know?
After that,
Do you want to know which player asked that question? None of them. I did.
yo, go. Good for you. Congratulations. I love all my ex-wives. Funny too. I love all my ex-wives. This ain't Sophie's voice.
So it's just you're taking the cop out. It's a 5-way tie.
It's a 2-way tie. Why do you make it sound like I'm a nerd for half of the East Coast?
Okay, all of that was just a needle. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Okay. All right. No, Derek Norman. You may know him better as the Louisiana Animal. Or there's a chance you just don't know him at all. But he wants to know, who do you think will win? And can you buy him a drink? I think he thought you were going to be
Who
here.
do I
in his...
gonna?
Yes.
Who do I think is going to win this final table?
Yes. Stick is the one with the huge chip lead. If you want an assist on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't go with the person who's with me. I'm actually feeling it. Is Wiz still playing?
Yeah, Wiz is still playing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just feeling it for Wiz.
Okay.
It's just a gut feeling. It's instinct. I'm sure he's somewhere. I don't know. He's off. He's probably in the middle of the pack. But I think it's all setting up for Wiz.
I will predict that if you are correct in that prediction and Wiz wins, then you will be able to hear the bark from Las Vegas. I think he will celebrate so loudly that you will the walls of the horseshoe will be shattered with the bark of Wiz all the way from Houston, Texas.
That's impressive. I once felt an earthquake from Los Angeles in Las Vegas, but I don't think I've ever heard a bark from Houston in Las Vegas.
If you are correct, I think that's going to be what's happened. Okay. Paul wants to know, how many card room live streams have you commentated? Card room
live streams. Not that many. I do regularly or irregularly do the Hustler Casino Live streams from Los Angeles that we started here. A half a dozen. But otherwise, one here and there. One in Austin, a lot. Did one up at Stones. When Stones still operating. You know, pre Mike Possel, and that's about it.
I also was at Stones pre Mike Possel. Way pre.
With pre.
Yeah, probably pre. Pre. Oh, this is perfect. Shaw is in the hand with 2 3s here. Looks like he just completed out of the small blind. K has 7-3. Flop is 7 Jack Queen. Queen on the turn, so 7-3 K jumps out to the huge lead. I have Shaw's question ready for you while he plays this hand.
It's like a FaceTime off the computer.
He said he's gonna look at some hands and analyze the hands, so he's doing this early. So he'll get an hour advantage of everybody.
K is sizing up a bet.
And what you asked him?
Shaw lets it go, and he will win. Shaw wants to know, do you still enjoy commentating?
Yes. I mean, for instance, I've been a writer for a while. I still enjoy writing. And commentating on poker is just a lot of fun, especially when we try to make it fun. Obviously, I don't analyze stuff seriously. I like watching, I like finding people who are different characters. I like watching rivalries. I like watching somebody coming off the street, like Chris Moneymaker or Darv Moon, and just do things that you can't think they can do. So it's a lot of fun. It still remains fun.
It is very fun on the listeners' end as well, if I can speak on behalf of many of us. We have a question from the chat. It's from M. Savage 2003. And he asks, what is your favorite movie and why Lucky You?
Interesting. So, you know, Matt Savage might have misunderstood me. I was speaking at a symposium several years ago, and I was listing my least favorite movie. It was Lucky You. So he probably used the word least. So Lucky You is my least favorite film. Everything. Matt Savage essentially playing himself. I think he got the best actor there, which is saying a lot because they had some good actors. But it's not a good film. It's 3 times now, and each time it gets just a little bit worse. Otherwise, I would go for my favorite film would be Godfather, His Girl Friday, made back in the 1930s, and that's about it.
Those are good movies. Oh, so he was just mistaken when he thought that Lucky You was
he
your
just
favorite.
misheard me.
Okay.
One time, I know.
It did just say M Savage. It could have very well been Marianne asking the question. I don't know.
Interesting.
I didn't want to assume. It did say 2003. I don't. It could also be their son Marco.
Yeah, lots of M's in the Savage family. Yeah.
I'm gonna show y'all what to do with that repop.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me. You know that.
We are still super deep in this main event. This is the inaugural PokerAtlas Tour Title Event. We are at the final table. There are 8 players remaining, including Norm and Chad's pick to win it all, Wiz. Chip leader Stick has been chip leader of this event for quite a while now. Went on a tear towards the end of the night last night. Has not taken his foot off the gas yet at the start of this final table. Theron Cook wants to know, Norman, what is your favorite thing to do in Houston?
Interesting question. You know, technically, this live stream is the first time I've been in Houston. I have, for some reason, most of Texas I have not been to. I've been in the Houston airport, which doesn't count for time, but I have never visited Houston, which might be the largest, I'm sure it's the largest U.S. city that I have ever visited. So my favorite thing to do in Houston right now is talk to Justin and John Freeburg, but I have very little experience, so I'm pretty better than
Nice. So we made Norman's favorite thing to do in Houston list. I will take it. I do have it on high authority that Norm was set to come to Houston. It was February of 2021, I believe, where he was going to come out and hang out with us for a little while and do some commentary on a horse final table and the entire state froze over.
Get about that
And
time,
he was not able to make it because the airplanes refused to land on the runway, and every flight to Houston was canceled, both before, during, and after the event that he was supposed to be here for.
So I tried to
That's
walk.
bad.
I tried to walk to get there, and I only Laughlin, Nevada. And when I was in Laughlin, Nevada, that's the place to be. Laughlin was kind of fun.
Norman is a man of his word. If he says he's going to be somewhere, he will do everything in his power, including walking from LA to Houston. I was looking forward to having you out in Houston, taking you to get some great barbecue, commentating on some horse.
I was looking forward to it, and it wasn't meant to be. And then I bankrupted. I played Laughlin. I think I bankrupted 3 of the tables. That's blackjack run effort at the casino I was in, and I chipped. I walked back to Los Angeles.
Bankrupted a casino in Laughlin instead of doing our horse commentary. So it was a good beat story for you. Bad beat for the city of Houston, but good for Norman. I actually got called out when I said that you were going to be here today, that I've slow rolled the city of Houston before saying that you would be here and you didn't. I got called out on social media for it.
Norm, will you play any of the World Series events yourself?
Yeah, every year, John, I play probably 3 or 4. Tomorrow, I am playing the 50,
If you put the queen on the turn, I clear him.
which is one of my favorite events because it's 20 different games, so it's a lot of fun. And yeah, I never play No Limit Hold'em still. I don't know how to play No Limit Hold'em, but I play the other like sports. Got a
Cool. Well, good luck to you. I probably will see you out there at some point. We usually cross paths during the World Series, so I'll look for you.
Yeah, that hasn't really worked out. That hasn't worked out well for me, John. So if you do cross, so to speak, just I would as a street, and I just think, well,
Good plan. Good plan.
Hey, John, didn't you interview me once? Didn't you have a? Why do I think it's called?
I think you're right. I think I did.
I thought you had something that you interviewed me once for several years.
Oh my God,
after,
you're right. You are right. I'm going to have to do some searching online. I used to have a show on Card Player TV and a couple of other sites, and I think you were my guest one time.
I think it just occurred to me that we were in Las Vegas, or in the press thing, and I thought it was maybe somebody else said something about it.
You used to have a show where you interviewed him?
I did. I had a show, like what would be equivalent to, I guess, a podcast, video podcast, blog. Not sure quite what it was called. It wasn't just me talking to myself. It was a sort of like a show where I interviewed poker players and other kind of key people in the industry, and it was all online. It was a lot of fun. I've thought about getting back into it. Hold your comments, please, Norm. But no, I had a lot of fun doing it. Got to meet a lot of well-known poker players, commentators, Norman, Chad, Phil Hellmuth. I interviewed Doyle Brunson once. That was a lot of fun. Sad
I
he's
just
no
looked
longer
it
with
up.
us.
John?
Yes.
It's 2010. I just Googled our names. It says Under the Gun, Norman, Chad, and Lon. So I don't know if you remember together or separately, but there's a video up there
There it is.
of you interviewing me and Orlan at the same time.
So we can go back and watch it.
All right.
We can go back and watch you interviewing Norman, Chad, and Lon McCarron. He's Googling it right now.
I think so. Even though I can't tell right now because it's so small. I think some Photoshop shot out of the so you can't see who, but
Oh, yeah, sure enough.
King 10 is showdown.
It's 19 minutes long.
Not winning 3 bets. King 10 is not
Yeah.
showdown.
You don't know how he got played versus.
Yeah, here it is. We're watching it.
Wins the last 4 times.
Justin and I are watching it on my show right on this computer right now.
tell me how good it is after you.
Look at
Tell me how good the
that.
questions are. Tell me how good the answers are after you watch it.
That's my buddy, man. Y'all be
Look at that good-looking young guy.
I used to be young.
No, I'm just saying.
Used to be better looking. Much better looking.
Yeah, John used to be a player.
Not the way the hand played, but
Sometimes.
Sure did.
Sometimes.
All right, we'll come back to that. I think there's a poker game we're watching here.
Wiz raised king, queen of clubs
it's the slightest bit.
from the button. Both blinds fold, and he takes it down. So Norman's pick to win it all. Takes takes down a pot.
Yeah, I mean, it don't mean how
John
much.
Carter wants to know, Norm, if you are a Golden Knights fan.
I guess you could have Queen Jack suited, right?
You could give up some arrows.
Give up some arrow. Yeah.
Am I a Golden Knights fan?
Never
Yes.
take
No.
something, but
I mean, first of all, I do not. The one sport, professional sport, that I have never followed since college and the hockey league. So I did not follow the NHL at all, and so I do not root for or against that team in the NHL.
Okay, so
I had
not
to
a
draw the
Golden
line
Knights
somewhere.
fan. Yes, but that's just because you are not a fan of any hockey team, and they happen to be a hockey team. That's
Correct.
fair.
I had to work in the hockey arena for the Washington Capitals when I was in college, and so I had to go to a lot of Washington Capitals games in a bad arena when they were not a good team. But besides that, the thing I noticed very quickly is that I was always cold. I was always cold watching the NHL game live. I don't think cold
Yes.
on TV.
Yes, it is. It is cold being inside of the hockey arena. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it, but I was also not expecting it to be incredibly cold when I first started going to hockey games. It is a fun sport to watch live. That is true. Oh, yeah. Sure enough. You and Lon are both there, and John is interviewing you.
We're watching Norm. You actually look exactly the same, and I look about 30 years older. Why is that? What's your secret?
I don't have a secret other than lying in bed most of the day and then switching to the couch. So it's not a big regimen of going to the just good genes, you know, good couch, and I stay out of harm's way.
Got it. Staying out of harm's way, laying horizontally, getting lots of rest. That's great.
I thought it was the mustache of youth.
That could be it.
No, the mustache has gone from
like
whatever color it was, and I don't think it's probably gone light.
It does look a tad lighter.
Yeah.
We have AC versus Stick here. Stick has top pair, top kicker. Top, as some would say.
Top versus bottom top.
that don't turn him on. He throws that shit.
Yeah, it don't turn me on. You're right. The suited turns me on when I'm drinking.
I'm John Friedberg here with Justin Hammer commentating on our PokerAtlas Tour Title Event final table here at the Texas Card House, Houston, on the inaugural stop of our PokerAtlas Tour with our guest currently hanging out with us, Mr. Norman Chad, from from all over the place in poker, but probably most well known for his many years of commentating the TV tables on ESPN for the WSOP. Happy to have him here and answer some of our questions and some of the questions for those participating in this final table. We've got some action now.
Wow, look at this. So as mentioned earlier, stick flop top. AC bet out on the flop. Stick raised. AC bet 235,000. Stick raised to 660. AC is re-raising to 1.46.
Might be worse than DJ. You watching?
AC's been playing pretty tight from what I've seen so far, so we'll see what Stick does here. See if he wants to give him credit for maybe an overpair or a set. Not a lot of draws on that board with a deuce 4-8 rainbow. He does make the call here. AC certainly doesn't like that call, unless, of course, a deuce peels here on the turn. It's a 7. Actions on AC. Reaches for chips. Quickly puts out, well, 700,000.
Yeah.
675 maybe, 700K. Quickly made that bet. See if Stick has a read on him here, if he wants to look him up. See a river together or get out of his way. Pretty small bet considering the pot size.
Bad, and you can't sell no pieces. Hey, last year Dirty Boy hit on day 2 and left mid like 3 hours.
Stick looks like he's making the call. Pretty easy call. Only 700K with a few million in the pot. $5 million pot now. 4.9 million. 5 of diamonds.
Does AC have another bullet in him? He's reaching.
If he does, it's actually a great bluff card. Puts a straight out there, puts a flush out there. Stick still has top pair, top kicker, but a much more coordinated board now. This will be a big call if Stick makes it. But wow, he only bet 900,000. That's really 20% of the pot, not even.
Left himself
It's a very small bet.
700 behind. Let's see if Stick sniffs this out. Let us know in the chat if you think he's going to call or fold. What do you think?
What would you do here?
I don't know. I want to say call, but I have a strange feeling I'm only saying that because I could see the cards.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where it's such a small bet, it almost feels like your opponent wants you to call, which therefore makes you not want to call, even though it's so cheap to see.
Yeah. I don't know if it factored into AC's mind at all, but it's also could be a small bet because he wanted to bet but didn't want to be out if he was wrong on the choice to bet, so left himself just enough chips to continue. So kind of those in between. I want to try and win this pot, but I don't want to be out of the tournament.
I think Stick's going to call here, and I'll tell you why. I think when AC quickly bets on the turn a very small amount and then makes another small bet on the river, to me, like so many hands hit on the river, and generally speaking, after a small bet on the turn, when someone, once this river card comes, a 5 of diamonds, which completes, puts a 4 card straight on the board, puts 3 diamonds on the board. Generally speaking, if that hits someone's hand after betting small on the turn, they're going to bet much bigger on the river. The fact that he's, again, betting very small on the river, just under 20% of the pot, very small bet. After a small bet on the turn, it doesn't, of course I can see cards, so I'm cheating a little bit here, but putting myself in Stick shoes, it doesn't feel like he's got a monster here because of what I had just explained. So I think if I'm Stick, I probably call here. I make a crying call. I don't like it, but I still make it because it just doesn't feel that strong to me.
It looks like he has calling chips ready. It's usually a sign that they're going in.
Pretty sure I can hear AC's thoughts right now. Fold, 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 fold. Please fold. Praying Stick folds here. See, I think if AC just puts it in here for whatever he had, 700 plus, or sorry, 900 plus. Looks like he had about 1.6 million, if I'm doing the math right, give or take. That is a more reasonable bet when he hits his hand here. Obviously, it's a bluff, and I don't think AC wanted to bluff his whole stack here. But I think if he bluff shoves the river, stick snap folds, because that tells a real story. But this particular bet, after a small bet on the turn, I think stick feels like he's weak, and he's right.
You can check call a couple of streets, some hands that you'd have in like top two. And just
I think that Stick knew that Norman gave us a really hard out at exactly 12 hands, and he wants to stretch it out as long as possible. So did he call?
Stick made the call. AC.
Good call. Stick's gonna win a sizable pot there. AC takes a big hit to his stack.
Yeah, I think that should have been a river shove. I mean, if you're gonna bluff here, bluff for real. Put your stack in. You get a quick fold.
Norm, I know that you have a hard out. I very much appreciate you giving us some time, coming in and checking in on this stream with us. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for coming on, being a part of this stream with us. You have any farewell words you would like to give to the Houston poker community?
I'll field that on Norm's behalf.
Okay, you field that on Norm's behalf.
I not only would like to thank the Houston poker community, but the poker community around the entire world, since there are listeners from well outside of the Houston area. And thank you to Justin Hammer and John Friedberg for having me on your show. This has been my favorite appearance on any live stream in the history of my longtime career in the poker world. This was the highlight of my career, guys. Thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure having you, Norman. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Very much appreciated.
Seriously, though, Norm, thank you for coming on the show. As you pointed out, it's been, about 13 years since I've interviewed you last, and 17 years since you interviewed me last. But great having you on. I look forward to seeing you in person at the World Series of Poker, the Horseshoe Casino in Las Vegas next week and for the next month.
Absolutely. All right, we are back to the poker action. Don't forget, we do have an announcement coming up.
That was pretty cool, though, having Norman chat on this show. I really like. He really is a legend. Funny, and was such a key part of the poker boom from obviously when Moneymaker won the World Series. For the next 15, 20 years after that, Norman Chad has played a big part in the growth of this game and industry that we love, poker. And he's one of those people that everyone just likes because he's funny, smart, and just does a great job. We all like Norm.
He's a very
loved by everyone, hated by no one.
He has a very dry sense of humor.
Yes, he does.
It's right up my alley. Right up my alley. Aaron stepped aside for a little bit to let Norm go, but we could welcome him back.
Happy to join you guys back in the booth here. Pretty awesome to hear Norman there and you guys having a chat. Guy, of course, was big on the WSOP film that I watched as a young pup coming up and first getting into the game. I do remember watching it with those janky graphics, right? The old ESPN graphics, and
oh yeah,
hearing Norman Chad, Lon McCarran, of course, calling the action. Man, never forget that.
Yeah, they are definitely two. I don't know what's the right word. Just I mean, they're Hall of Famers now, right?
Synonymous.
Synonymous with. They just great for the game. I think most people of a certain generation, I mean, pretty much anyone who's of the TV poker generation know who they are, have listened to them commentate on main events, definitely, but even back in your day.
Yeah, and the thing is about, I mean, not only Norman Chad, but Lon McCarran, both of them are so down to earth and so friendly. And, you know, it's amazing to me how well and easily they interact with so many players. And they're so great with names. You know, anytime I see either of them, even though I feel like I'm no one compared to most of the people that they're constantly surrounded by, there's no hesitation. Hey, John, how's it going? And that's, you know, just they're just like that with everyone. Just very personable, very down to earth, extremely friendly and approachable. Happy to have them as two of poker's bigger ambassadors, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why people enjoy listening to them, is because they are very relatable.
But the Friedberg and Hammer team are kind of taking over
Absolutely.
poker commentating, clearly.
I mean, as much as I love them, like they can get the hell out of our way. Also,
Yeah, seriously, guys, step aside. Step aside, boys.
Okay, you know, if you say something nice about me, I like to post it on here. So even though I wasn't able to come out, it's good to see Hammer back in Houston.
All these family members you have putting these great comments out. I didn't tell my family about this, hence nobody's coming on saying, wow, John, great words of wisdom. Thanks for contributing.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, Hammer family, you've outdone the Friedbergs once again.
There's, of course, Colton, who has dealt for me in the past and is local to the Houston community. It is good to be back in Houston. It was a great inaugural stop for the PokerAtlas Tour. That is, of course, what we're watching right now, the title event of the PokerAtlas Tour.
1,100 buy-in, no limit hold'em tournament with a $500,000 guaranteed prize pool that ended up being a fraction less than $550,000 prize pool. For those that are just tuning in, I'm John Friedberg here with Justin Hammer. Red chips are 5K denomination, white chips 25K, brown chips are the big ones, 100,000 in denomination.
We're also joined by Aaron McAvoy, who's out in Austin, remoting in, and we just had Norman Chad in here with us for about a half hour or so.
Yeah,
we do have. Sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to quick say there we had a graphical error on that last hand. So for anybody that was wondering why did Kay muck his hand there when it was shown on screen that he was actually winning the hand, I believe that we had just input that for Derek's hand because we had a misread, but he actually had a superior kicker. So Derek actually won that hand with better ace high, I believe. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering, it showed him with one card when it first started. Looked like that might have been what happened there. So we'll get that fixed. We see Ian, look, in the background, just protecting those chips with his life. Getting ready for a color up there. It's like he's carrying a baby through a swarm of pterodactyls or something. He's just guarding it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how Emmett Smith used to carry the ball, is he's running through the defensive line of every opponent he was playing against.
No one's going to get a look at the color-up chips when Ian's on.
He certainly won't fumble those chips with that grip. Double ninja grip.
Talking about movies, the game. With all this war around.
Almost a family pot here, 4 players. Derek and Shaw both with King Jack off, K with the 9-10 off, and AC with the Jack 5 suited. Interesting. Jack high flop. 3 players hit top pair. K with second pair. with some backdoor possibilities here. 9-10 jack.
It's like, dude, why don't you pay attention to this one?
Yeah, interesting dynamic here given the stack sizes and the fact that we've gone so multi-way here. Derek, of course, feeling like he has a pretty slam dunk spot to bet and call any of the jams from the two shortest stacks. But Shaw here on the button, yeah, I mean, this is one of the better flops he's going to find. And so the question for him is how to proceed with 850K left behind. I mean, he's working with like 14 big blinds here, so this is going to be a spot where he's going to be incentivized to just kind of jam it all in and hope that he's not up against ace-jack or an overpair, and of course that he can fade the action of the two players behind. So he is going to stuff it in. K, of course, is out of the way with that second pair. AC, I mean, luckily for him, sort of just getting bailed out of this one, hitting the top pair, no kicker, and not getting all of his chips in to go broke, because he started this hand with somewhere around 10 big blinds. But yeah, we are just going to chop this up between Shaw and Derek after the all-in and the quick call.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a pretty easy spot for AC to go bust there with, I think he has less than 10 big blinds and flopping top pair in a multi-way pot.
Yeah, certainly if Shaw wasn't on the button with the short stack that he had, I mean, honestly, if Shaw is deeper and just makes the call to Derek's continuation bet, even that by itself could be enough to dissuade the all-in for such a small amount, right? The 10 big blinds are thereabouts. So not too sure that he was going to go broke one way or the other, but yeah, definitely a pretty sketchy spot. But doesn't have to worry about it, and here we are on a 5-minute break. These players are going to go and use the restroom, get some hydration and a snack. And we'll get back to the action here in just about 5 minutes.
This feels like a good opportunity to announce the next PokerAtlas Tour stop. What do you think, John?
You know, I don't think we should keep this cat in the bag any longer. I think it's time, Justin.
I think it's time too. Do we have a? I think we have a video presentation, don't we?
Do we? Uh-oh. Saw it for a second. And the cat is out of the bag, folks.
The cat is out of the bag. There it is. Our next tour stop is going to be at TCH in Dallas and Las Colinas. We're gonna do a little double dip here. We're gonna go from August 17th through September 4th, and we are going to hit up both properties. We are going to have. We talked about this. This is a minimum featuring a $1 million guaranteed title event. We reserve the right to go higher if we decide to between now and then. I feel like we should swing bigger, but it'll be a minimum of $1 million. The title event will, no matter what, that's the truth. It'll be a minimum of $1 million.
This event is going to be massive, and it only makes sense to sort of straddle the two big poker clubs in Dallas, Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas, pretty close to each other, about 12 minutes apart. More details obviously will be coming on exactly how we will be running our second stop on the PokerAtlas Tour at both properties, but it will be 3 full weekends with every day in between. Almost 3 full weeks of huge action in the Dallas area. We are absolutely fired up. As Justin said, our title event will be a $1 million guarantee. Minimum.
I remember earlier on the stream, Aaron was talking about needing an excuse to head to Dallas and Las Colinas and check it out. So we are also just trying to be courteous co-commentators and make sure you have a good reason to head out there. So you're welcome.
Awesome. Well, I have played tournaments before at the TCH Dallas location, and now that they've got all that extra space now they've got to have, 55 plus tables, something like that across the two locations. They should really be able to put on one heck of a show when it comes to the tournament scene. So very much looking forward to that. I will definitely be there come the end of the summer.
Awesome.
Little preview of the TCH venue. Brand new, just opened up a couple of weeks ago in Las Colinas. Absolutely gorgeous. I was very excited to be there for the grand opening. A couple of shots from the lounge area. Ryan Crow and the Texas Card House team did a fantastic job on this new property. Gorgeous place. We're super excited to be here. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Show the bad beat bacon. Aaron, when you're there, that's a round of bad beat bacon on me, buddy.
There it is.
All right, perfect. I look forward to it.
All right.
After Dallas, I'm not going to give too much information, but I will say we will be headed towards the ocean. It's a little bit of a teaser.
That is a teaser. Okay, we did get a interview with Lynn, our 9th place finisher, that we are going to check out right now. Here's Lyndon, our 9th place finisher. Let's see what he had to say after the bust out hand.
No, the hand play itself, basically, I'm short down to like about 595 chips. Raise all in under the gun +1. AC small blind call with queens against my 4. The hand didn't improve, so busted out. But it's all good. I mean, basically just grateful to make it this far. Make a few errors, and but it happened, so we move on. Overall, glad they bring some Tony to Houston, so we had a chance to play around. But more importantly, have a good friendship, and that's what we cherish for. And oh, don't forget, Blake. Sorry, could not honor Luke. This is a charity foundations, non-profit, helping family with children who suffer from brain injury. So 5% of whichever I win, unfortunately not too much, will go to the charity.
Coming back to 40-80 with an
Really cool, though. Very nice guy. Love watching people put their poker proceeds to good use.
Yeah, absolutely. Lyndon is a class act. I know he does that 5%, and he honors it even when he scores 6 figures, which I've seen him do before. So,
That boy got all that war going on.
good guy. Should be proud of his 9th place finish. It's a 561 entry main event. Battled all the way down to the final table.
Good sport, too. It's never fun getting knocked out of any tournament, but particularly 9th place at a live stream final table. But great attitude, and like he said, it's all about having fun and good old time and making a few bucks in the process.
We got a question in the chat. That's my birthday. I want to play. Where can I get details about buy-in?
Is Rob referring to our next stop on the PokerAtlas Tour in Dallas?
I believe the one that's going to be at TCH Social in Las Colinas and TCH Dallas, August 17th.
Oh, Shaw all in here with pocket 9s for 1.1 million. 3-bet Paul's ace-jack of spades, and they go to a all-in scenario. Ace-jack of spades for Paul. Pocket 9 for Shaw. Pocket 9s for Shaw. Center field 9. Shaw hoping for a 9 on the flop to lock up his full double here.
The full double.
A full double. Not a partial double. Full double.
Lisa asking, didn't he get 8, not 9? I assume she's asking because this was an 8-handed event and this is the final table. Per PDA rules, all final tables are an odd number. So even though it's an 8-handed event, we went to the final table of 9. That's why there were 9 players at the start of the day, and Lynn was the first one eliminated, so he got 9th place. Here we go to the flop on this flip.
Oh, Jack right in the window. Shaw needs help. A lot of help here. He's about a 10%. Make that a 4% technically, I think at this point, to hit one of the last 2 9s in the deck. Shaw is out of this tournament.
No, Shaw has more
whoa.
chips. Yeah.
My apologies. Still has a chip in a chair. 2 chips in a chair.
Okay, I thought you had 1.7. I said 4.
He has
Nice
just more than the small blind amount. 50,000 in chips.
It's
Playing
nice
40,
of the graphics to round him up to a single big blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, AC here probably the happiest player at the table, aside from the man that just doubled up, of course. He goes from being the short stack on 6 big blinds to now having one opponent on less than a big blind. So a ladder up going to be relatively straightforward for him to accomplish, but of course we do have to still get that one big blind in and see if he can sort of spin that up. Shaw, of course, not out of it until every chip is gone.
We talked about it a little earlier, but he was sitting on a 3-ish big blind stack for quite a while yesterday before hitting a nice run of cards and making his way to the final table. He does put him in, finds an ace.
What's interesting here is that if he wins this pot, it's going to be like, what, a 6 or 7x with the ante in there?
Yeah, I mean, 200K basically out there already. And yeah, this pot size isn't going to be quite correct since Shaw doesn't actually have a full big blind. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and run this out. And Shaw already behind and no diamond in hand, so pretty rough flop here. Going to need to find an ace on this run out. Perhaps some running wheel cards.
Yeah,
ace or a 4 at this point.
Ace or 4. Not to be. Yeah, Shaw just lasts one additional hand before he is eliminated from the tournament. In 8th place, darn good showing and a nice payday. Going to be over $12,000 for that man as he gives handshakes all around. $12,590 to be exact. Tough break there, but good run, Shaw.
We did talk to Shaw after he got eliminated, so let's see what he had to say about the big hand he just lost.
My bust out hand, I had 2 9s. The guy on my right shoved 12 bigs all in with ace jack suited. I had 13 bigs. I called with 2 9s. Jack 4-4 flop. I didn't improve. I was crippled after that to half a big blind out next hand.
How'd you enjoy your time here with this?
Oh, it was a blast. The staff's great. Hammer puts on amazing tournaments. The room's wonderful. I love it.
Just for the record, we are not related.
Wow, Hammer is just scripting everyone, the players, the spectators, the chat room folks.
Shaw had a great series. Of course, went super deep in the mystery payday event. Got quite a few bounties. He played all of our events, ran deep in a few of them, and of course makes the final table of the title event. Appreciate him and Jess and everything they did for this series. Obviously appreciate the kind words. But obviously couldn't have done it without the great team that they have here at Texas Card House Houston.
What was you thinking when the ace deuce hit?
Michael Carr, their TD here. He helped out quite a bit. Ian Mann, part of the PokerAtlas team, he was here. Helped run a bunch of the tournaments. Moises, Wes, of course Alan Lee, the general manager. Appreciate all the help that we had. Putting on the inaugural PokerAtlas Tour event.
Big shout out to everyone on the PokerAtlas team, really. There's a heck of a lot of work that goes into not only running this PokerAtlas Tour, but running the PokerAtlas website and mobile app, and of course our table captain software system that over 200 properties around the world, including all Texas Card House locations, utilize our table captain system. We've got a pretty good sized team, and I appreciate all of the hard work they do to make all of this possible for all of us.
AC here ripping it all in for his remaining 500K, so somewhere around 6 big blinds with the pocket sevens. Ryan here in the small blind had a similar sort of situation, although it was for a few more blinds earlier, to call the all-in of this short stack, this time on the king-jack off, and starting the hand with a little under 20 big blinds. This one is actually a little bit more uncomfortable of a spot to be in, and yeah, he'll come to the conclusion that he should be folding relatively quickly, and Derek actually makes the call from the big blind with pocket sixes.
Yes.
So AC in a great spot to double
No,
up
I
here.
want you to fold there. I want you to call there. I like that.
You wanted me to fold and him to call.
It ain't over. Don't like me yet.
Got a
Pair
what's up?
versus pair.
Justin Hammer in the chat. What's up, Mr. Guerrero? Good to see you. Sorry. Just I acknowledge anyone who says my name.
We've got 2 6s all in against 2 7s. AC in pretty good shape here to double against Derek. Neither hand has a diamond, so there is no chance for a running flush draw at this point. There are no chop cards at this point, so a 6 and only a 6 did not happen for Derek, so AC will double. He's very happy about that. Doubles up to about 1.1 million.
He says I could breathe.
Recuperate some of those chips that he bluffed off to stick.
Less than 7. I got 7.
William said that with 8.
Yeah, now with AC moving up to 14 big blinds, there's a little bit of crowding there at the bottom of the leaderboard. As I think there are now 3 players sub 20 big blinds, and then a couple of players lurking in the 30 big blind range. Of course, Stick there, still up over 100 big blinds and well in command of the chip lead here, as we do see that chip distribution there on the left. AC with the 14 big blinds still in the danger zone at the bottom of the list, but 14 big blinds is nothing to sneeze at. You've definitely got a couple of orbits where you can wait for a good spot and try to ladder up while you wait. Stick here now can go into full-on abuse mode if he so chooses, and certainly any ace going to be good enough to come in for a raise off of this stack. The nice thing about having a lot of players all kind of clumped up together with similar stacks at the bottom of the leaderboard is that you can just kind of abuse everyone equally, because everybody else is kind of looking around and being like, well, I don't really want to bust out next because I've got about the same chips as these other guys, and I could just kind of wait longer than them and I'll ladder up. And everybody kind of thinks that at the same time. Whereas when you have like one guy who's just kind of obligated to get all of his chips in, like we had in that instance just a moment ago with AC on 6 big blinds, everybody just knows, like, as soon as this guy hits the big blind, he's going to be all in very quickly, so we can just wait for him. And you don't have quite as many opportunities to just abuse the table. But I suspect Stick is really going to get after it here, given the chip dynamics.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty aggressively the entire tournament anyway, so having this just increased incentive to do so, I agree with you. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I don't know if my math was quick enough there, but it looked like he might have more chips than the rest of the table combined.
Right now, bro. Oh, we finna put that dagger in.
That's what it looked like.
Stick
is still above 140 bigs this late in the tournament, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah. I'm gonna bite his ass soon. Trust me.
Can't beat him, bite him. Mike Tyson style, bro.
Instead of my language, we can't beat him, you bite him.
We shot call your eyes.
Erica is back in the box. I know that when she's dealing, her in-laws like to watch, so shout out to them if you're watching.
Come on, you don't have no to me.
You had 800 and I had 2.1.
Always helps when you're the table bully to also wake up with premium hands. Ace Queen offsuit here for Stick. So he puts in
One fold.
the slightly over 2x raise.
Don't want to.
And yeah, what I suspect we're going to see as part of this dynamic is those players with 30 big blinds going to be playing very, very cautiously and super snug against any aggression from Stick. Yeah, Derek, Paul, and Wiz all strongly incentivized to just kind of hold on to their chips at this point. Wait for Ryan K or AC to drive the action.
I have a special guest coming in the booth here, Mr. Ian Mann. Ian is on my team at PokerAtlas and helps with a lot of the installations, training, and support for our Texas customer base, amongst other properties we work with around the country and world, frankly. Ian has also been very instrumental in helping us run the PokerAtlas Tour here as an assistant to Mr. Justin Hammer, our executive tour director. Ian is here, so tell us, Ian, this is you've been a dealer, you've been a player, you've worked on the business side in the poker industry. How has your experience been so far assisting with the tournament directing here at Texas Card House Houston for the PokerAtlas Tour?
Honestly, it's kind of been a dream come true. One of my first goals that I quickly made for myself after getting into dealing was to become a tournament director. So this is kind of almost achieving a little bit of a dream for myself. And hopefully it just continues from there.
Yeah, I remember you always told me I've always wanted to be a tournament director, and whenever PokerAtlas does live events, I'd love to help, and I told you I would give you every opportunity I could, and here we are. You've done a fantastic job. You really...
Thank you.
Justin was telling me earlier today how helpful you have been in making this first stop on the PokerAtlas Tour as successful as it has been. Thank you for all of your hard work and hours.
Of course.
Done a fantastic job, and you're a real natural. And you know what? A lot of people, we joke around about this a little bit. A lot of people, certainly a lot of the customers we work with here in Texas know Ian, but a lot more people around the world might recognize Ian from the back of his head because he actually was a dealer at the World Series of Poker during the main event on one of the TV featured tables. Tell us about that, Ian. Tell us about your experience dealing at the World Series of Poker.
I actually loved it. I fell in love with poker when I was 18, right around the time Chris Moneymaker caused the poker boom. I always joke around with my friends that I don't consider myself a product of the poker boom. It's just coincidental that it happened at the same time. But I never thought that I could really work in poker, and just kind of took the leap because I wasn't enjoying work as a loan officer. 9 months later, getting to deal the World Series, see some of the biggest names that I used to watch on TV as in my early 20s. Kind of a surreal experience, just getting to hang out with people. I was lucky enough to be picked to deal TV tables my first time there, and ended up with Michael Mizrachi right on my right in the 9 seat. So got a cool picture from one friend where my face did make actual national TV, but the highlight of that whole trip really was my daughter, who was, I think, 7 at the time, got to see her dad on TV. So that was really all that I cared about when I got to deal the TV table.
Tara Lynn got to see Pops, her dad Ian, on TV. That's pretty cool. That's a great story. So let me ask you this, Ian. Coming into the World Series of Poker, which is really the one time in the poker world where you're going to see every famous player in one building. Who were some of the people that sort of left you starstruck, so to speak, or who were some of the people that you got to deal to at the World Series of Poker that were the most significant to you?
That's a very good question. It's hard to answer because a lot of the pros that I did get to interact with that summer, some of that interaction came outside of the poker room, playing Werewolf with some of the local Houston pros. For example, I got to meet pros like Matt Russell, Kane Callis, Joe McKeon, Justin Bonomo, but I also did get to deal to Justin, so it's interesting to see the difference between how they act at the table and how they act when they're just hanging out together as friends. And I think the biggest surprise to me is, for most of them, they're pretty much just like everybody else that's playing poker when you get them away from a poker table. They're not actively putting in work, studying the game, or playing the game. They just want to hang out and relax just like we do. So it was cool to see people just hanging out, people that you almost idolize, and just get to hang out with them and not even worry about the thing you idolize them for.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I did have one slightly embarrassing story where I did get a little starstruck. I was playing a game of Werewolf at Jeff Madsen's house, and a person came in to sit on my left. I had been a user of a poker training course called Upswing, and this person ended up being Ryan P, and I didn't recognize him immediately because he was not clean shaven like he was in his training videos. But he sits down next to me and he goes, "I'm Ryan," and immediately I'm just like, "Oh, you're Ryan P." And it's like I had dealt to Justin Bonomo, I had hung out with Joe McKeon, and the one person that I actually like kind of geek out about was Ryan P. Nothing against Ryan P. Not to say that he's not as successful as them or as skilled as them. It's just like I'd met all of these other people that I know my friends back at home would have been starstruck about, and it was just normal for me.
Got an interesting pot brewing here. Paul's got pocket sevens. K raised with the pocket sevens. K called with the ace 10 off. Stick 3-bet to 675.
Very.
And will he take down the pot? Looks like he will. Got Paul to fold the sevens. Looks like, assuming here, K is going to let his ace 10 off go, as he should. Posturing a bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a dangerous move to commit over 2 big blinds here with the ace 10 off, just hoping to see a flop. Does make sense to do that with some hands, but yeah, when you have the chip leader left to act, especially on the button, it's just one of those spots where maybe it's best to just hold on to and preserve your stack and wait for a spot to just rip it all in. But yeah, definitely understandable to try to see the flop there, and does get away from it in a dominated position, so still hanging in. And now with K and AC both down near the 10 big blind range, onus definitely on them to make some moves.
Yeah, Stick with almost a 5x lead over Derek, who is in second place. So Stick doing quite well. I didn't get a chance to do the math, but I'm guessing he's got over half the chips in play.
That is correct, John.
So yeah, Stick doing great.
There's about 22 million chips in play. He's got 12 million.
12 of the 22 million chips in play belong to Stick right now. I gotta say, coming in, as a player, as silly as this sounds, I don't like coming into a final table as a chip leader. I mean, obviously I do, because statistically you have the the best chance of winning since you've got the most chips. But for me, there's such a big emotional part of final tables, and when you come in as a chip leader, for me, if I lose a pot or someone else doubles up and now suddenly I'm not in the lead anymore, it affects me psychologically more so than had I come in, say, 5th or 6th position, and I'm sort of hovering around that same point. So believe me, if I could always come into every final table that I played as a chip leader, I would obviously take that opportunity. But there's something to be said about not coming in too good a shape, since it's kind of like so easy to go downhill from there, and that can be quite tilting.
Well, it's easy to not be hungry when you have the chip lead. You come in with 50% of the chips in play and think you have time, you get complacent. Next thing you know, you're not the chip leader anymore, and you're not on top of your game because you've just been hanging back.
Yeah, that too, for sure. It's easy to kind of sit back and coast, but that hasn't been happening to Stick at all. I mean, he did lose a hand early, but since then he's been playing really well. Actually, I'm quite impressed with his game, and he's been holding his lead consistently throughout. So he is certainly hoping for a start to finish chip lead win here. and we'll see how it goes.
Nice turn card here for Derek. After checking through on the flop, he can feel pretty confident that his hand is going to be best. AC is going to make the call here. Stack to pot ratio under 1. AC just really hoping to make his straight so that he can commit the rest of his chips, but he does whiff it out here with the 8, pairing the board here on the end. And I think Derek can still reasonably assume that he has the best hand. The question now is, does he go for the little block size and try to get paid? And it looks like he is going to. And yeah, this is fantastic awareness here from Derek. Hoping that his opponent has something like a Jack 10, maybe even a King 10, something like that, that is just going to be sort of like sick. But, oh wow, AC instead is going to go for the very small bluff jam. 550,000 is a very small raise. 360K, right? Derek needs to commit 360K to win a pot that's going to go up to nearly 1.8 million. I mean, Derek has to be completely on air here to fold.
Honestly, I almost feel like AC misread his hand here and thought that 8 on the river is a 9.
That's what I'm thinking as well, John. Is it possible that he misread the board and thinks he's got the nut straight?
We're about to find out. This is a very weird play here. This doesn't make any sense to me. But again, I don't know the history and what's been going on between these two, how well they know each other. AC has definitely been playing very tight, I would say, very conservative. He did make sort of one bluff against Stick earlier, but other night he's been playing, you know, pretty ABC poker. So,
wow, he gets it through though.
Oh my God!
AC shows the King Jack high, and yeah, I mean that is just a savage move right there from AC. Basically picking a spot where it feels like there should be no bluffs, right? Because how could you bluff for such a small amount? It just doesn't seem possible. And he gets Derek to lay down the 10. Unbelievable play there. And AC is up well over 20 big blinds with that play. I mean, wait, something's not right on that chip count. But anyways, with the pot that he just chipped, he basically has 20 big blinds. And that is incredible.
Hey, leave him. He don't have shit. Hey, he don't have no fucking 10.
What do you have, King Jack?
Yeah, it should be
Only have big.
Oh, my God.
Wow, what a play. And I mean, that sets a tone too. If AC is able to spin this stack up and come back from dust after that play, that will be absolutely incredible.
That was a very genius play.
I'm still confused as to whether he thought that was a 9 on the river, but who knows? In any case,
you don't have no 10. He's calling me 10.
River Rat, of course, once Justin Hammer leaves the booth, Ian steps in with Aaron and myself, and look at this nice compliment from River Rat. TCH commentators are the best in business. Love you guys. Well, River Rat, we love you too. Thank you so much for the kind feedback. Aaron, Ian, and myself. Appreciate it very much.
You can say what you want out the side of your head, boy. We can care less.
Wiz here going for the above average raise size off of his middling stack. This generally designed to discourage the big blind from coming along, and also he does have the chip leader to his left. Sorry, he has a chip leader to his immediate right, never mind. Just trying to take this one down, but Paul is going to make the call. And already an inflated pot here, and it comes king high for both players.
What's with the open-ended straight draw?
Grace, you already win this time. I thought I'm going to play it up with you, but he blocked me. So I can't make it.
Interesting play here from Paul. He's going to go for a lead on a board that really doesn't favor his range, calling from the big blind. Quick call from Wiz, and then a nearly snap check on turn and river. A pretty interesting hand there, as the King Jack is going to take it down with the Jack kicking.
No, I think you did right.
Haven't heard a bark out of Wiz, and won't get one for that pot, but he will be happy to ship those chips.
Ian, you want to provide a bark on behalf of Wiz?
No, I'm
No?
okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thought I'd offer it to you just in case.
Not much of a barker.
I feel like most people aren't, and it's probably best. But, you know, Wiz, he's got a very unique style, and that is definitely his calling card.
Stick now with a true 5x lead over second place. 155 big blinds, 12.4 million. Tremendous amount of wiggle room. I think he will be, of course, we don't know what's going to happen, and anything can happen, but I think at this point he will be pretty disappointed if he does not come out on top here, winning the $111,000 top prize here in our title event. Not bad, turning 1,100 bucks into $111,000.
He wins the event today. He also wins Player of the Series, John.
Is that true?
That is true. He has to finish in the top 2.
Nice.
So second or first, as long as Stick can get heads up, he will lock up Player of the Series honors.
Very cool.
And what is the sort of reward for getting Player of the Series?
I asked Alan about that earlier, and in this series it is a fist bump and a very nice trophy.
Cool.
But the trophy is very, very nice. We've had it on display all week. It is something anybody would want to put up on their shelf.
Cool.
And Stick has played some great poker all week to be in this position, so that's exciting to see it come down to the end like this.
Very interesting situation developing here. Derek opening the button, K calling from the big blind. Ace King 4 with 2 clubs, and it goes check, check. This is a board that Derek would be betting a lot of the time, choosing to check this time. Sort of a curious decision, but we end up breaking out heart, and Derek will finish with just 8 high, so saving himself some chips perhaps as he knuckles back here on the river, and K takes it down with the top pair no kicker.
Some passive play going there, trying to maintain stack position.
Yeah, that was weird. And I get what you're saying. It's not supposed to be a bluff there ever. Yeah, ever. And I get it.
Sounds like the players are still discussing that King Jack mini bluff.
No better, it's almost like y'all giving them tips if I didn't know any better. And I know it's not true. That's how strong it was.
Yeah, that was a very cool hand. You don't see players go for those spots very often, and AC, and I mean, I think anybody else watching can take a lesson from AC there, that these very low frequency spots where it just feels like you have 0 bluffs, those are actually kind of cool spots to go for some bluffs on occasion, especially in a spot like that where it's like he's just gonna lose and have dust, or he can go for it now and actually have a stack that he might be able to contend with in a spot where it looks like he has 0 bluffs. I mean, it's kind of a cool spot to go for, but at the same time, I mean, it's just what kind of cojones do you have to go for it, you know?
Yeah.
Not everybody is built that way.
Sounds great in your head, but pulling the trigger is another story.
A little bit of something for everyone here. Gut shot for Stick and an overcard to the board. But top 2 pair here for Derek, and in a pretty good spot against his 2 opponents. Check, check to him with 645 in the middle.
Derek doesn't like to check.
The bust out list.
1/3 pot is the bet. AC quickly making the call. Stacked pot ratio now under 1. Four now comes on the turn. No danger here for Derek, but with the stack to pot ratio under 1, now has to decide if he's going to go for it all now or actually try to bet across 2 additional streets, which is a little bit awkward. And there it is. Yeah, Derek just putting it all in and AC letting it go. Don't think there was really too much else to go for there, especially with all the front door draws. You kind of have to get your value on the turn, or if you're bluffing, go for the maximum pressure there. So
Bad 500.
doesn't
Let
get
it
paid
go.
though.
All in.
Oh,
I don't know how to play this game.
I'm gonna hire you after this. Literally, he's like the most to say about every hand. He has to play with 2 hands today.
Well, he would have played it differently.
I know.
I'm not gonna go. If you got something, why you go all in?
Huh?
Why you go all in?
When?
Just now, yeah. You know, man, ain't fucking
Oh,
saying.
goddamn. He did it for a reason, man. Just calm down.
But nothing.
I got him so bad.
No, you got me good.
So,
man.
Ian,
But you know, if I call you,
did you hear our announcement
know that was good.
about our next PokerAtlas Tour stop?
Not only did I hear it, but I saw it.
You saw it.
Yes.
Huh?
We are pretty excited. There has been a lot of suspense about our next stop being announced during this live stream final table. We announced it not more than 15 minutes ago. Our next stop will be in Dallas at the Texas Card House, Dallas, and the TCH Social location in Las Colinas. It'll be a lot of fun. I was going to ask what you are looking forward to most, assisting in with Justin and helping run the event. But looking at the screen now, Derek with the ace-7 of hearts, but doesn't matter. K won the pot here with 2 aces. So back to you, Ian. After
He loves crumbs.
this being sort of your first, I don't know, time helping out tournament directing here at the PokerAtlas Tour, what is it you're looking forward to next? Assisting in our Dallas event after you now have 1 event under your belt.
Getting more experience, mostly. There's a lot of stuff that at times I'm still unsure of, and getting that experience under my belt will help me grow, will help the tour grow, and will help us be able to do more things at every stop.
So how about having Mr. Justin Hammer as a mentor? Would you prefer someone else? Justin's standing behind me, so I had to ask that question just to get a big laugh out of him.
It's a little bit of a loaded question, but I can't think of many other people I'd want to learn from. But they'd all be on the same level. I don't think I'd be able to put anybody above Mr. Hammer.
I would agree. I think Mr. Hammer is tied for the best, along with every other tournament director on the planet. You're all amazing. We love you all. From Jordan Cutter to Tony Burns to Matt Savage, you are all equally amazing. Who else? Who am I leaving out? Jack?
Jack?
Who?
Jack Ethel?
Oh, of course, Jack Ethel. Although he's kind of graduated a bit above being a tournament director, but yeah, Jack, he's amazing. I actually love Jack. He is one of my favorite people in poker. Always happy and fun. I mean, I've never really worked with him necessarily, or worked for him, but I love Jack. So one last thing, Ian, before we send you back and replace your seat here back with Mr. Justin Hammer. You had a very interesting and probably very stressful time over the last couple of years, your lovely wife Jessica came down with cancer.
Yes, breast cancer.
Breast cancer, and I've kind of been alongside the ride. It's been amazing what you guys went through. Tell us a little bit about it. I mean, what was it like finding out that your fiance, I might have said wife, I apologize. I think you're not married yet, but what was it like finding out that your fiance had cancer? And tell us about your experience over the last year or two.
I mean, it's scary, especially she's got 3 kids that at this point I consider my own. So it's not even just thinking about how it's going to affect me emotionally. It's about how could it potentially affect all of our children emotionally, and how would I have to deal with that if we got a bad result. Ultimately, I feel like over the last decade or so, I coped fairly well with stressful situations. So I just tried to stay strong for the family and make sure that we didn't have to worry about anything else while we were going through treatment. So I can't say enough about the strength of my fiance Jessica. I mean, there's not a stronger person in the world I know. She had 2 surgeries last year, a double mastectomy, and then reconstruction. She's already back at work, working 5 days a week, still taking care of the house. We obviously try to help more than we used to, which we should have already been doing. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly been. It's not something you think you're going to deal with in your 30s, so it's an experience.
And now, all of the cancer has been treated, right? She's cancer free.
Yes.
So congratulations, you guys have won the battle. F cancer, as they say.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And if I recall, there were quite a few folks in the poker world that helped contribute to a GoFundMe campaign or other contributions. I know there was a tournament run for you.
Yes, you mentioned a lot of our customers knowing me. Quite a few room operators reached out to either donate to a GoFundMe set up by a friend. The Lodge did throw a charity event about a year ago, this past April, and were able to help us financially as we had to move throughout this process. So I can't say enough about the friends and relationships I've made since coming on board at PokerAtlas. I tell people all the time that are thinking about getting into the industry that once you get into the industry, if you make the right connections, it's like you've got a family for life in this industry. There can be some bad apples, but the really good ones are some of the best people you'll ever meet.
Amen to that. Well, Ian, thank you for all of your help here at the PokerAtlas Tour, as well as at PokerAtlas, and your help commentating here in our title event final table in the booth at Texas Card House Houston at 6100 Westheimer. I think you might be needed back in the tournament section.
Never said he played. He played wrong.
So thank you very much, Ian. Appreciate you coming on the show for a bit.
Thank you for having me.
And we look forward to having you back on again, maybe later on tonight, or perhaps sometime in Dallas at our next stop on the tour.
Oh, yeah.
Want another break?
Yeah, they need 10 minutes. We didn't even get a break on
18 minutes.
Yeah.
I've been told no, not for at least another hour and 20 minutes.
We didn't get a break.
Look at that. Ian just went from sitting right next to me to standing on the TV screen almost in real time. I think Michael Jackson once did that at the Super Bowl. Went from the 50-yard line to, up on top of the nosebleed section. We're using the same technology here for human teleportation as the Super Bowl did back in the 90s or whenever that was.
That's right.
Every 2 hours we should get a 15-minute break.
Ryan here pretty short on the button with an ace. Basically 12 big blinds here. One of those spots where he'd love to just pick up the blinds and antes.
Well, you give him the 5 minutes and give us the 10 minutes.
Or singular.
You still should get 15.
But I know that's why they did it.
Yeah, I know why they did it too, but I'm saying that's
Looks like he's contemplating a bet that is not all in.
That's correct.
We've been playing for 3 hours, 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 hours, 3 minutes.
It really was 3. By the time we played a hand,
Does indeed go for the
than 3
more
hours. We played 15 minutes.
standard sort of 2x sizing here, making it look like his hand is very strong.
Right?
And Paul, with a pretty raggy Jack-6 off, is going to go ahead and see a flop given the price he was getting. There is a 6 out there, so Paul will outflop Ryan, and pretty natural check to the aggressor usually, but Paul here going to continue with the leading.
Come on.
And will bet out for 105. Ryan will show the ace and let it go, so Paul here just going to take that one away without much fanfare.
so. There go Hammer right there. He can say that.
I hear whenever they start yelling at people, that's when I show up.
Oh,
We need a break.
hey, that's me.
We've been playing, and we only had 3
I was just saying, Justin,
That's it.
Yeah, but by the time the hand was over,
that we use the same human teleportation
back,
technology
came
that
back.
Michael Jackson used in the Super Bowl
I'm just 2 hands
in the
right there.
90s or early 2000s, whenever that was. Because Justin Hammer is now sitting right next to me again here in the booth, while also
I understand.
standing by the final table talking to our 7
It wasn't much.
remaining players in the PokerAtlas Tour Title Event here at Texas Card House, Houston, playing for $111,000 and the coveted Atlas Trophy.
He said all in. That's a bet. Y'all know the deal. Spoiler alert. That's
No. It never fails that when I get called on the stage for something that there is some sort of controversy. It just never fails. So if I'm on there to talk to them about something else, there's of course going to be some controversy.
I like that. Make sure nobody plays after his blind.
So what happened is Kate thought he was under the
Nobody
gun,
left his blind.
and he put out raising chips. Now,
But if you have a big hand, you just
AC has raised from the actual under the gun and reopened the action.
see how bad it was if you can't.
So let's see. And of course, I'm talking to Derek about it. Let's see. Let's see how this plays out.
He mugged. He was about to make 200. He mugged. You think that wasn't a move? That's a fucking joke, actually. If he, that's it. It's really bad if he does.
we can't say that.
No, I just said if he does, it's bad. All right, you're right.
Influence in action.
It's also bad to talk about it.
Whoa. What? So he just decides to fold to avoid dealing with the controversy, or
I'm going on break.
can you fill us in on what just happened there?
Yeah, so I didn't see what his hand was. I remember him saying, what were his cards? I mean, not that that matters, but so he thought it wasn't an all-in. He thought he was under the gun, or at least so he said. Obviously, we don't know what his... I was listening to hear me tell them to stop talking about it, but I don't know why he did it, but once AC raises under the gun, then the out-of-turn action is no longer binding. So he does have the option to fold for his big blind there, but obviously this is
Welcome to Houston, baby.
a big spot.
That was as bad as it gets.
But what did he try to make the wave when he thought that the action was on him and that he was under the gun?
Good job. Thank you, him.
It looked like it wasn't all in. It was a stack of chips with some on top. I didn't see the exact amount.
I think it was
but-
about 200,000. It was a stack of red and 4 whites.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make it 200,000, but I did go over there and talk to him about raising out a turn. The reason it wasn't an automatic penalty in this spot, even though it's a big action, is because
We did not know.
The next level. Into the
We
next
didn't know
level.
no time. They said whatever.
Yeah.
And if we know 5 minutes, we need
I get it. We're playing
we
for
know
a lot
we
of
need to
money,
come
and
back
I
in
want
5
you to be
minutes.
able to be
Every
comfortable
break's
while you're
gonna be
playing.
five.
Absolutely.
Every single
So this is me talking to them about when we are going to be going on breaks and how long they are going to be,
The next level. Into the next level.
and trying to make sure that we're all on the same page. Understanding that they need breaks. They're playing for a lot of money.
Enough to smoke.
Every couple of hours or so, we're going to do 5 minutes, but it is a live stream table, so it's not as much as it would be in a normal tournament. Trying to be fair for them and also fair to the viewers that are watching on the live stream. So it's a tough balance there. But with the hand raised out of turn, action was reopened. The only reason I mention that is because if I'm at the table and everyone is turned around talking to me and I'm part of the distraction, I'm not going to punish them to the max when something like that happens and they're not able to follow the action perfectly. So probably got a benefit of the doubt there in regards to getting a warning instead of perhaps a penalty. But the rule is pretty clear in that spot. The out-of-turn action is no longer binding if someone raises, which AC did. The change of action gives him all of his options once the action gets back to him.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was just sort of an odd occurrence all around, and I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't just get clarity on the fact that, you know, he did have all of his options, and I mean, ace-queen, obviously very strong holding, and perhaps just something that he would rip all in. I mean, you know, you don't like to take advantage of anything if there was any sort of perceived angle or something there, but I don't know. I didn't get the full feel from the table, but I couldn't imagine that someone would feel like he had been doing that with the intent of trying to, you know, influence everyone else's action. But
Right, it is the kind of the implication that they were making, which is why, I don't know if you heard, but they were saying it was bad, and I said, well, talking about what's happening is also very bad. Like, there's still a hand going on, so
I see. Okay.
giving everybody information as to why you think he might be doing that is also poor form. Like, if you think something's going down, it's fair, especially since the person that you're accusing of doing that isn't even in the hand anymore. So the only person you're influencing are the other people, who at this point have all the same information that they do, so there's really no need to try and influence their action by explaining what happened with this little situation. Now that we could see that he has ace-queen, I mean, that gives more credibility to the fact that he thought he was under the gun and was just trying to raise. Like, that's not really, if it was a terrible hand and you think he's taking some sort of shot, then you can raise fold, but it's pretty clear there that, I mean, it was a hand that he thought he was raising and then for whatever reason decided to fold it to the raise call.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, the fact that he wouldn't even call was, I mean, clearly he was just trying to sort of diffuse the situation, and, you know, hats off to him for just trying to sort of smooth things over by folding.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's just kind of, it tends to be what happens. If I get called out there for one thing, then something else completely just out of whack has to happen, so that or maybe I'm just fortunate that I'm always there to deal with it in the moment instead of having to hear about it later.
All right, raised to 180,000 here from Paul on the hijack. Stick will make the call with a couple of sailboats, and Wiz not going to defend with his blackjack hand. Here we go, heads up to a flop. Paul in position with the betting lead. Comes ace high and no 4 for Stick.
Around the corner, I'm gonna get aces and double throughs on the morning. What?
Relatively large continuing size here from Paul, 200,000 into 520. And Stick is not going anywhere just yet. Queen of spades now on the turn, giving Paul still 2 overcards. Now a gut shot to Broadway, but check, check. And Stick is gonna show down the best hand if we check, check again.
7 minutes.
And yeah, sure enough, Paul here giving it up and not continuing to bet allows Stick to take that one down.
Yeah, Paul mad at himself here for not putting in a second C bet here. You saw him sort of pound the table a little bit. I think he knows any bet here, maybe not on the river necessarily, but another bet on the turn, he wins that pot for sure.
Thank you, Larry. Every hand, you should have betted, you should have moved in. You missed it. I got your back, though. You're right. Every hand, he wants to talk about somebody's play.
So since I was busy dealing with
That's the sad part.
our incredible final table, I didn't get to hear all of Ian's commentary, but we had a wager out there on it was actually 1 minute and 18 seconds was the line on when he started talking about werewolf. Does anybody know if the over or the under came in?
Definitely the under.
Oh, the under.
Well, maybe not from the time he sat in the booth, but once the storytelling started.
Yeah.
Yeah, werewolf was probably right around the 116 mark.
Okay, well, I actually parlayed with he's dealt the final table on TV.
So I actually gave the reveal on that one.
Oh, you did?
Had I known you had a bet, I wouldn't have said anything. We would have seen.
I would have.
I did say though that we like to tease Ian a little bit about that. But I also, you may want to replay this live stream, Justin, because I don't know if it was a coincidence. Once you left the booth and Ian came in, we got some very nice compliments about how wonderful the commentators are. Here it is.
10 more.
TCH commentators are the best in business. Love you guys.
Oh,
Obviously.
thanks, River Rat. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
From the bottom of my heart.
You were not here. That was obviously in reference to Aaron, Ian, and myself.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Yes.
From the bottom of my Justin Hammer's heart, thank you. Nick rooting for Larry.
Jimmy G. Take it. That took too quick. 5 minutes. That's right.
There haven't been any barks in a very long time. So Fizz definitely adhering to the rules that Hammer has laid out amongst our final tablists. Speaking of final tablists, something that we do here at the PokerAtlas Tour, which I personally find very exciting, is every player who reaches a final table at any PokerAtlas Tour event gets a not available for purchase hat, a PokerAtlas Tour final tablist hat to commemorate his or her appearance at any final table. Definitely a collector's item, will someday be worth a lot of money. Potentially even more valuable than Helmut's 16 bracelets. Probably not, but
Sorry, I thought you folded.
How many have you been asked to autograph so far?
none yet.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't see your name on any of the ones I was asked to autograph.
No,
Interesting.
no, I don't do autographs, and they know that. So they
Oh.
yeah.
That's smart. I do autographs mostly for people who didn't ask for one, but I do that. Paul turns a better pair of nines. That changes things. 2 pair for Derek. It's going to be enough to take it down there. They will, in fact, have a break at the end of this level. Assuming, or the end of the next level, sorry. Still 2 minutes in the real time. In their real time.
I almost need to sprint.
So one more full level after this 2 minutes is up. They'll take a break, or are they getting one?
You're kidding.
In an hour and 2 minutes, they'll get another 5-minute break.
Okay.
Bro,
So we're playing 4 levels and finally getting.
We gotta play another hour.
Yeah, the heat about to turn up on a couple of players here.
Yep.
I know
About to be
Ryan is
100K
down
big.
at the, like 5 big blind level, something like that. Everybody else going to be sort of under pressure as well. K here going to be on 13 bigs. I think another player on 12 big blinds. So yeah, things going to be kind of rough out there.
Interesting hand brewing here. K raises with the king, queen of diamonds. Wiz just smooth calls with 2 jacks.
Yep. Should have peed and left.
Making sure they see it.
Derek.
Put it back over here.
160 to call from the small blind.
Put it again so they can see it again.
With the jack deuce offsuit. We have to assume he'll be folding here.
You sure you don't want people to see it at home what your hand is again?
And he does. So we see a flop here between K with the king, queen of diamonds and Wiz with pocket jacks. Queen right in the door. K happy with this flop. Wiz, not so much. Looks like it goes. Did it go check, check? Now 3 on the turn, or did?
Yeah, very quick check, check on the flop.
I was going to say, where's my cheat sheet? I always pretend like I know exactly what happened, but there's a little...
Okay, now min betting the river.
Tiny
His
bet.
Top pair. Yeah.
$80,000, 80,000 chip bet on the river. Wiz calls, not risking too much of his stack, and loses a small pot. Okay.
You probably cut off more there. He ain't going to wear a pre-flop. You don't know that dude.
Sue that like a motherfucker, bro. I just backed out of the game.
I know. Couldn't have paid you anyway for that.
All right, so here we have it. Ryan on the level up, going to have under 5 big blinds, AC 10 and Wiz 15. Those going to be the stacks rounding out the bottom of the chip count. Stick still up over 100 big blinds here on hand number 73.
Stick has over 10 million more than the second place runner at this time. Big lead, over 5 times second place. Chip stack.
When you are 7-handed and you have the rest of the table combined, I feel more than the rest of the table. I feel like that's a decent spot to be in.
I think that's a fair assessment.
You both play more than me. I know. I don't believe I've ever been in that situation, but I would imagine that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often, although sometimes it is sort of a natural occurrence when you have a lot of players that all kind of have similar stacks, that they all just kind of are waiting each other out, and one player just kind of starts to accumulate a bunch of chips. But yeah, this has basically just been the stick show. He has made a lot of good hands, has made good calls in big spots, and has just continued to accrue chips while the rest of the table has kind of slowly dwindled away. Ryan here all in with the suited wheel ace for his last 5 big blinds, or 4.5 blinds. Wiz the original raiser, and K with really just the big blind invested here and looking to get himself potentially in a really ugly spot. I'm a little bit surprised that he's even considering this, but he is going to make the call, and I guess he's trying to team up with Wiz to eliminate Ryan.
This is one of those situations where it's sort of an unspoken type of, I hate to use this word, but it's kind of a form of collusion that often happens in tournaments, and it's actually not, if there's ever a time when it's not quote unquote wrong to collude. This is the one time when that is the case. Happens often where everyone wants to advance in the payouts, but by raising other players out, it now puts the all-in opponent against fewer other hands, which is unfavorable to the table. So very often, it's just one of those, you know, rules in tournament poker where players will often all make the call in efforts of having more hands up against the all-in player, for everyone's benefit of having a better shot of eliminating the all-in player. And in this case, K makes the nuts here
But I'm saying is blank comes, I win
with his 9-10.
And that will be the end of the road here for Ryan. Going to finish in 7th place. Fantastic showing here for Ryan. Congratulations on the deep run. I'll be cashing out for over $14,000. Trying to get the payouts graphic up here.
Oh,
we do have our 7th place finisher. In fact, a little over $15,000 there for Ryan. $15,090 to be exact. So fantastic showing. Congratulations.
Great run, Ryan. Congratulations. I think we have a video of his right after his bust out. Let's see what he had to say about it.
Card dead. Ace-3 suited. I think he had 7-8 suited.
Who do you think's going to take down the whole table?
Seat 9. He's playing good, running good.
Seat 9 referring to Stick, who has the tremendous chip lead and he's playing well. Probably a good prediction as of now, although anything can happen, particularly when it gets down to heads up, maybe three-handed. Chips can move a lot. And all it takes is a couple of doubles by the shorter stack against a bigger stack, and things can change very, very quickly in No Limit Texas Hold'em.
All that shit wouldn't happen. I can't believe we can't have a break. But 3 minutes, we've been playing.
Yeah, the pay jumps now starting to get pretty significant. You know, sort of 10,000 up to 12, now up to 15, and our next payout's going to be up around 20,000. So these players definitely going to be feeling the pressure. They haven't been in a position like this before, and so I think, you know, it definitely does favor the players that have been in these big final table spots with a lot of money on the line to weather the pressure and navigate these sort of challenging spots. As of right now, we've got AC getting a lot of his chips in the middle once again, this time with the bottom pair, which is now top and bottom pair. Had the best hand the whole way.
Pretty good stuff. I want to know why this place is not
Going for a small value bet here on the end, leaving himself just a few chips.
Sure.
Paul tries to pull sort of the same move back and goes all in there for just a few $100,000 more.
Here you go.
But AC, of course, not going anywhere with the 2 pairs. So yeah, I mean, I can only presume that was the goal there, was to just be like, oh, well, if I go all in, maybe you fold a 4. But DC will get the double up, and he now sits on 2 million, while Paul gets chopped down to a little over 1 million himself.
I already took my bullets to the show. I'm on my knees. I was like, I'm okay with it too. I'm gonna let him do all this sweeping work.
AC with the double here.
The full double.
The full double to stay alive in this tournament.
This full double brought to you by Ray Henson. His favorite phrase in poker. The full double.
Like 6 times.
Not partial. All of it.
And AC now sort of joins the ranks of Kay and Derek, where they are just holding on, waiting for the 2 shortest stacks to be defeated.
And now you're not even opening it anymore. I almost slide it out.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how these final tables play out when it gets short-handed, because you know there's sort of like the ICM GTO kind of approach to it, and then there's the Texas final table approach, and oftentimes we will see people coming out with a very different strategy, and you know, oftentimes that can actually be very beneficial if they zig at the right time and zag at the right time. Pick up chips, as we saw AC do earlier with that very small river bluff raise, picking himself up enough chips to survive to this point in the tournament and potentially make a run at the title. Stick here applying maximum pressure from the big blind, rips it in with the ace-9, and he'll get that one through.
No, he's gonna give us a natural foul.
Fuck, if I'm still here, it doesn't matter.
You gonna take your break, Larry, one way up?
I mean, my point is, you're supposed to get a 15-minute break every 2 hours.
Yep.
They came up, I'm outside, they playing.
It's against the law, right?
What? I don't know. But I mean,
if you work 10 hours, you're supposed to get an hour break.
they want to know why 8 hours,
Or
6
8
hours,
hours.
6 or 8 hours. You know what I'm saying, dog. If they tell me 8 hours, I mean 8 minutes is a break, I come back at 8. That's fine.
Derek here with a very playable hand, but sort of a tough dynamic. Has to open from under the gun into the chip leader's small blind, but of all the places he could be at the table, the small blind probably one of the better spots to attack. And he is going to get that one through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Looks like Ryan coming back for some fist bumps and handshakes as he has collected his payout and will be headed for the exit. Once again, congratulations to Ryan on his 7th place finish.
Nice little score. $15,000. Real money.
Yeah, I felt bad because I saw that he left his bag at the table, so I went to go bring it back to him, and he was just planning on going back for that goodbye, obviously.
Our next bust out will take home about 18,500, 18,480. 23.9. So as Aaron said, the payouts are getting steep, starting to become pretty sizable increases as we lose more players here.
And yeah,
all in here for $1 million in chips with the Queen 10 of diamonds. Stick with all the chips, trying to decide if he wants to get in with what could likely be a dominated hand for only about 1/13 of his stack. About 10 big blinds. If he's in the big blind here, it's probably an easy call, but on the button, not as easy with the ace-4 off here.
I mean, are y'all cool with it? You don't have to listen to him. Yeah.
So if I had to predict what he will do here, stick I'm talking about, I think he'll fold and let one of the blinds, hope that one of the blinds wakes up to a hand. But we'll see. I've been wrong before.
I can't take my break.
I feel like perhaps there's some conversation about a chop or something going on here. I'm not exactly sure, but it seems as though stick is not particularly focused on the hand.
No, I know what they're doing.
Stick Smile, brought to you by Crest.
He does have such
and
great
Colgate
teeth.
combined.
Yeah.
What a smile that man has.
If anybody's gonna pee, go pee now.
So with the lessened breaks, what they're doing is actually letting someone run to the bathroom and come back real quick, so without missing a hand. So he is intentionally tanking here until he gets back.
I should have been out four players.
AC says I should have been out 4 players ago.
No, I'm saying before you. When you had the Jack King, I had Jack 3.
It's like he's free rolling.
And I checked, you bet he should, and I can easy fold.
Turns to 3?
No, I should have been out 3 different times.
Oh, if he don't wake up,
I had another one. I had a.
If he folds, you rip it on me.
We've got a question here in the chat. Do they take taxes out when you win in tournaments? They, being Texas Card House, does not take taxes out. Of course, the IRS will take taxes out of anything that you win. You, of course, have to tell them and be a good steward of, or whatever the word is there. You have to be voluntary about telling them how much you made and whatever. But yeah, any profits over $5,000 are reported to the IRS, and so therefore you take your risk into your own hands about how you deal with that. But they do not take taxes out when you win money in tournaments. You are required to report any winnings to the IRS.
There is a caveat to that. It depends on where you are from. There are some other countries where if that's the only citizenship that you have, that they are required to take out a percentage. But for most of the people playing this tournament, they're all from the United States, as far as I know. And yeah, like Aaron said, they do not take taxes out. They do issue a W-2G.
But yeah, Hammer said that we mic'd up, so they probably hear it. Thank y'all.
He said Hammer said we're mic'd up, so they could probably hear us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, the mic words is just how clear it is.
It's clear enough. I listened to it. He's on it, though.
Rob Canton wants to know how many entries. Yeah, around 550, 560, something like that, I guess it was.
561 is the exact number, yeah.
Now you're gonna go get some beers. That's my boy.
We ain't doing that for you.
Huh?
We ain't doing that for you.
I'm good.
You all praise one.
I thought it was fun to just listen to them discuss whether or not we could hear what they're saying there for a while. That was just...
But I think I was there out of line. 3 minutes and 5 hours.
Tell them you drinking way too many beers and I get no break.
The severity of the lack of breaks is getting greater as we go. We are giving them a 5-minute break every 2 hours. That's what's happening. The last one, the reason they were a little upset is because the break started running before the hand was done, so it got cut a little shorter. But definitely agreed to fix that. They will be getting a full 5 minutes. It won't start until the hand is over. A full 5-minute break every 2 hours.
Wiz here on just 8 big blinds. King 10 off looks like a pretty decent hand, but yeah, you do have an orbit. Of course, it is a short-handed orbit, but you do have an orbit left to try to find a better spot. Better than jamming all in to an open from the chip leader. Derek here on a pair of 7s in the small blind. This is a little bit of a curious spot, but ICM says just avoid conflict at all costs. So we'll see if he settles on that, or if he decides to take the more aggressive route and get involved with the chip leader here. He does make the call, and he is going to take a flop out of position. Hope to connect in a big way. Not the board he had in mind for a pair of 7s, so he'll check it over and stick with the top pair and strong range advantage. Will check it back. So a free turn card. It's another ace.
This is a good check back on the flop.
Yeah, it's nice to have some of these weak aces in your check back range, so that you will have some top pairs across later streets when you check the flop. Does go for the delayed c-bet now, and Derek will still relinquish his hand. So no additional value here for stick. But the rich get richer. Stick moving up over 13 million in chip, and still a commanding lead.
Stick actually won the PLO high roller. We had one on Saturday. So for those who had bagged, so he bagged with chip lead for his flight on Friday. He came in and played the $1,100 50K guarantee PLO high roller, event number 9. He did that on Saturday, got first place. Probably took a nap on Sunday and came back yesterday and bagged a huge chip lead and has not looked back since the start of this final table. So it's safe to say he's having a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, what a series for that man right there. That is a fantastic showing. And clearly putting on display his skill here at the poker table this evening, and undoubtedly put many a player in that PLO tournament in a tough spot as well.
Absolutely.
All in here from Wiz for his 8 big blinds. K in the big blind with just the 10-9 off. Yeah, that's a pretty easy fold. And Wiz will gobble up a few extra chips to weather the storm of blinds.
Will he bark?
Is
winning the blinds enough to get him to bark?
I feel like we're due for one. I feel like we're due.
Derek working on another tasty beverage.
There's Ian hard at work, moving chairs.
Yeah, when I said he's kind of assisting the tournament direction of this, directing of this board, what I really meant was rolling chairs around to accommodate going from 7-handed to 8-handed, etc. So good job, Ian.
Yeah,
Keep those chairs moving, dude.
Assistant to the tournament director. Ooh, we got a question in the chat. Justin, who do you think will win it all? As I have made it very clear in here, I always go for the person with the most chips. I'm going with Stick. Stick is going to win it all. He's hot. I'm going to need to see him at least lose a pot before I decide to go for somebody else. Has he lost a pot yet?
He did early, very early. He lost a small pot. I'm pretty sure he's never been out of the chip lead, though. He's always had a pretty commanding lead.
Board pairing gives AC a few more outs.
Small bet here, a little over 1/4 pot. Stick makes the call. And it's a 5 on the end, so full house for Stick. AC does pick up a pair of 5s. And what was just an ace-high bluff is now a bluff question mark with the rivered pair of 5s. 300K into 940. And Stick now obviously feeling great about his hand. Backdoor flush comes in. So if AC is indeed holding a flush, Stick could probably get it all, and all in is sort of the only size that really makes much sense here, given that AC has 1.2 million left behind and there's already 1.2 million in the middle. There is the jam from Stick, and AC has to make a decision for his tournament life here. Does he call off the remaining 12 big blinds with the rivered pair of 5s, or fold and live to see another day? AC has the ace of diamonds, so he knows that Stick does not have the ace-high flush here, but not a ton of information given the action. Check, check, flop. AC probing for a little over 1/4, not quite even 1/3 pot, and now this. And AC is going to call it off for his tournament life, and he is toast. That is going to send AC packing in 6th place. Goes for the hero call and does not get the result he wanted. Stick will take even more chips into his stack and eliminate another player. Good run, AC. Fantastic showing here, as he's going to take home over $18,000 in 6th place. $18,480 there for AC after getting whittled down to a very short stack, making a sick river bluff and laddering up several spots. So fantastic showing from that man right
He'll
there.
really came the cage foul on a really good last day, brother. He has enough flush draws. Keep doing what you do.
Yeah, Stick seeming pretty invincible at this point. Spiking his set of 5s on the river, filling up actually. The 1-5 on the deck.
Y'all want to look at it?
1-5 left in the deck, I should say. Now has over 15 million in chips. Second place, just under 2.7.
I'm only we gonna get. I'm good with you. You good with that? Hell no, y'all. We playing this shit. I was joking.
Sounds like they're proposing an even 5-way chop right now.
Figure out what y'all want to do with the rest of it. I'll do it.
Yes, if they think I'm getting out.
Stick says, I'll take first place and you guys can do what you want with the rest. And that is, of course, the only way to respond to the talk of a chop when you have almost all of the chips in play.
Oh, Stick doesn't want to do an even deal there? Doesn't want to chop it all up? Okay, well, that's, some like to gamble, I guess.
I mean, literally, he's gonna get first and second. Obviously.
That Wiz?
No, I know. Okay. I'd be willing to bet this place.
The chances are.
You do see deals like that in spots like this, and it has a lot to do with what you were saying earlier, when the correct strategy is to just kind of try and wait out everybody else and get some pay jumps. It becomes enticing to perhaps just split the rest of those payouts and skip the hard spot. Skip figuring out who's going to get this 50K in pay jumps and just chop it all up. But as a competitor, it's very difficult for me to ever just say, okay, you win the max. I will stop trying.
Yeah, you can guarantee that if I'm in the tournament, I will not be giving anyone first place and, chopping up the prize. Ooh, there we go.
Take that with you.
Okay. Let me get this straight. We've seen pot after pot after pot with silence. But when we got an ace, king, 10 board, did he just know that K turned 2 pair? Is that?
I would not like to participate.
So that was a bark unaffiliated with his own result or outcome in any particular hand. Is that accurate?
I think so, but I mean, to be fair, the other creatures on the planet that bark also tend to do that every once in a while. It's not, there's no rhyme or reason. There's just something that happens. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's just instinct.
Good point.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe that was a delayed bark for having laddered up a spot. I don't know. I'm going to believe that in my heart of hearts, at least.
Oh yeah, it could be polite to wait until they walk away to bark if you get a ladder. Like, you don't.
Yeah.
Larry is generally pretty respectful. He wouldn't like bark at somebody.
No. I would bark for next to Lido.
Nope.
You know.
Derek once again raising with Stick in the small blind. Wiz in the big blind here, getting a very good price to see a flop, but with a king 4 offsuit, not the most inspiring hand he's ever seen.
Please don't do it, Wiz. Please don't.
These two jokers, I probably have the best hand here.
Please don't. Thank you.
He said with these two jokers, I probably have the best hand. They're all friends. It's in good fun. Uh-oh.
Yeah, had he called, would have flopped the top pair and potentially had a stop-and-go sort of situation, but a little bit of everything here for everyone. Bottom pair for Stick, second pair for Derek, and Derek, as the pre-flop aggressor, happy to check it back. And a diamond's now on the turn, so up and down to go with that second pair, and Stick here just kind of out in no man's land, out of position with the bottom pair. And no diamond. Checks it once again. I think Derek very often should just be checking this back once again. And he does. 8 of hearts on the end. Changes nothing. Yeah, Derek happy to show down the jack. Really no sense opening the betting back up after the chip leader has checked it over to you. So well played there. Derek will accumulate a few more chips and still sort of holding on to that second place spot behind the chip leader. And of all the places to be, oh, I guess he's right there sort of tied with K. But yeah, of all the places to be, second in chips is bad.
Well, there you have it, Justin Hammer. Stick lost a pot.
There it is. Look, Roll Guerrero wants to know, can anyone agree that the commentator sounds like Nick Schulman? I have actually heard that before. I sound exactly like Nick Schulman.
Is that about you or about me?
I actually think it's about Aaron, if I were to guess. But it could be any one of the three of us, I think.
Yeah, we really should all just be Nick Schulman impersonators, I think. I think we've all got the chops for it.
I think Nick impersonates us, really.
You want to know? Oh, wait, hold on. Let's watch this all in. Then I'll tell you a great.
Ooh, Wiz
I'll
with the
tell you
ace
a
king
great.
against Sticks, Jack 9. Normally, I would say ace king is a favorite here, but this is Stick. Stick is running very, very hot. So I think I'd pick Stick for even money here.
I like to bark one more time.
He wants one more bark. Once again, the line is reset at
Ace deuce deuce be done with it. Oh my God!
Oh, that's just that.
It's gonna come diamond, really? Black.
Very sweaty flop.
Black.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh,
More out.
more out. Double better. 6-9 or a diamond here.
They never win
Very slim.
Mark ready, baby! Oh my God!
Always coming diamond here for Stick as the run good continues. Another player goes by the wayside. Wiz bowing out in 5th place for a tidy sum of $23,900. Fantastic showing by Wiz.
Very, very nice.
We are now down to 4 players.
So, since we were talking about Nick Schulman impersonators, I was at the GPI Awards and walked into the bathroom, and Nick was there. And walked in, made eye contact, said, "Hey, how's it going, Nick?" And he's like, "Hey, good to see you. How are you doing, Matt?" He said that to me.
Yeah.
And I said,
That's what I'm saying.
I am
Give me 108.
I'm
Now y'all figure out
He looked at me again. He had a slow blink and a little bit of red in his eyes for some reason. I don't know what, but just gave a double take, and he said, "Oh my God, I'm sorry." Then the ever humbling, "Who are you?"
Did he say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Jordan"?
No.
Seriously though, you look like you could be Matt Savage's brother. And honestly, Jordan Cutter kind of looks like you too. The three of you sort of look alike. Weird. Not to mention your 3 last names, Savage, Hammer, and Cutter. Kind of interesting. They're all sort of
They're all
killer
power
names.
names.
Yeah.
Right now?
I've had a whole bunch of 20s.
So 100 gonna really.
Yeah, it's gonna be the first time I get 16.
We give you
All right,
90
so
right
here we
now.
are down to
Give me
4
the call.
players. Our next player out going to be taking home the tidy sum of $33,000, almost $34,000. And of course, still the overwhelming chip lead here for the man in the 9 seat. And a very strong holding here for K under the gun. Pocket jacks off of the second place, currently second place chip stack of 30 big blinds. He will raise that up to 300,000 and just take down the blinds and the ante. Paul now, the shortest stack, 8 big blinds only.
Me?
Y'all get rid of me and y'all do what y'all want. I'm not giving him 100. I hate to tell y'all that.
No, I'm not giving him 100. Hell no.
Give me 100, man.
Hell no. I'm not giving you 100. I'll give you
Still
90.
some
I'll
talk
give you
about
90.
Don't rock like that.
adjusting
I'll give you
the
90.
top payout down just to
90 is good. 90 is good.
I don't give.
We got 2.5 hours max.
90 is good, not 100. You want to see?
Stick, a very confident man. He's not making any deals that don't involve him getting exactly what his chip stack is worth.
I think if I'm Stick at this point, I'm with a 111,000 going to first place according to the prize pool payout calculations. I think I'm going to ask for 115. I'll take 115. You guys chop the rest. How's that?
There you go. Yeah, but give them an offer they can't refuse, you know?
Yeah.
Nick German in the chat wants to know how much to enter the tournament. This was an $1,100 buy-in tournament at just about 560 entrants, generating a prize pool of nearly $550,000. First place will be $111,000, so a tidy 100x your buy-in for the first place winner.
And for anyone tuning in late, we also announced the next stop on our PokerAtlas Tour, which will take place in Dallas, straddling two locations, Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas. They're about 12 or so minutes apart. And this will be running from August 17th to September 4th. And will feature a title event with a $1 million guaranteed prize pool. So we're very excited. This will be a huge event in Dallas. Our next event, we are giving a teaser, but we haven't yet shared any more details. Will be
I do that. You want to do that?
close to an ocean.
Everybody got 50.
Closer to an ocean.
We just locking up 50.
Anyway, we're very excited. Had a great turnout here in Houston at Texas Card House. One more stop with the Texas Card House family at their Dallas and Las Colinas location for a 3-weekend, almost 3-week series, August 17th to September 4th. We look forward to seeing everybody there.
Trying to move 19 to 3rd and 4th.
A lot of events. Full schedule and details should be coming out pretty soon, so be on the lookout for that.
You can make first 100,000 even and then the rest.
Yeah, it'll be like 44.
Holds the K in the small blind. He's just going to give a walk to the chip leader as there's still further discussion about how to adjust the payouts
I lock up whatever I got.
to
If I put this in
potentially
or whatever,
end the game a little bit faster. But here we are. We're going to go ahead and hear our final words from AC as he went out the door, busting out just a moment ago.
lock up 40.
Had ace-5, small blind, big blind. And flop comes 2 king 7. I bet. He called. Turn was a 7. I had ace-5. I checked. He checked. The river was a 5. I had ace-5. I bet 250. He put me all in. I thought about it. I put him on ace-queen, ace-jack. I looked at the ICM, I like, okay, I'm okay with the 18,000. And then I thought, if he's bluffing here, that's the only bluff he can have. I made the call, turned over pocket 5s. So he had 5s full of 7 and I have ace 5s. I feel good about it. I feel good about it.
Cool, cool. All right, great final words there from AC. Feels good about the bust out hand. Cool with the 18,000, and who wouldn't be, as that is one heck of a payout.
K here raises with pocket rockets, aces, but gets no callers, it looks like. So he'll just take the blinds down. Kind of a waste of aces, as I'm sure he feels, but always nice to win chips at this point in the tournament, regardless.
Cold Rotten Penguin wants to know what the buy-in was. $1,100.
It's rare that the fucking chip leader has this much money.
It's good for you.
Paul here in the big blind
You have so many bounties last 2 days.
on the short stack.
And it's not regular bounties.
And it's always tricky to be part of the chop discussions when you're the short stack, because you know that pretty much not much is going to get handed to you. You're basically going to get the, your current payout, fourth place, plus maybe just a little bit. And you really have to ask yourself, like, is this the kind of situation that I want to be in, where I'm going to give up the chance of winning 100 and some thousand just to get a few extra $1,000 right now over what I'm already sort of guaranteed? And it's just always a tricky spot to be in. But he is going to be all in and at risk here as Derek moves all in from the small blind. He calls off with the jack high, and it is 4-3 versus the jack deuce. And we'll see if Paul can stick around and hang on. Or, wait, no, never mind. It was a limp and an all in. I apologize. Limp from Derek, all in from Paul, and a quick fold. So, my mistake. Paul will survive. And in just a moment, we are going to play you the final words from Lawrence, who busted out just a moment ago.
That is what a wallet is. It's a wallet on your phone.
4 raises, 200. 5 folds. Call.
Derek will raise it up from the button, and K here gonna complete from the big blind with the 7 Dewey. He is suited. And there's a 2 in the window, a jack and an ace behind it. Good flop for Derek's range, but not his particular holding. Basically just hoping that his opponent has any sort of 2 cards that don't connect with this board, but K did not call with the 7 deuce suited to go folding a pair and a backdoor flush draw to a single bet. So he makes the call, and here we are, 8 of clubs now on the turn. Does bring a gut shot straight draw here for Derek, as well as the 2 over cards. Check, check. And it's another ace here on the end. Gonna make K feel pretty good about his hand, all things considered. And Derek now has to decide if he wants to bluff or just check back. He does, and there is the winner for K, as he'll chip up to 3.5 million, 35 big blinds, and Derek now under 20 big blinds himself.
7 deuce, the worst hand in poker. But we do have, if I'm not mistaken, Aaron, got some final words from Lawrence. Is that right? Video on his departure?
Yes, we do indeed.
Got down to about 10 bigs. I looked down at ace king offsuit. Praise opened up the chip leader. I moved in. I love the spot. Double up's really big. I could probably come in the top 3 or better. He had the jack 9 of diamonds. It comes king 2 diamonds. Turn card blank, diamond on the river. Thank you for playing. 5th ain't bad. I think 5th, right?
Yeah.
5th wasn't bad. I came in short stack. I played my heart out. That's all you can do. And I enjoyed it here. Thank you.
Nice. Got a bark for the road.
One more bark for the road. A to-go bark. A doggy bag. Okay, that was dumb.
All right. Well, we'll continue trading blinds around here, as it is now under the gun here for Paul on his 8 big blind stack. Earl Crosby in the chat says, but the 7-2 was suited. You're absolutely right. It was. And that made it oh so much more playable. And it did actually just make the best hand. So, you know, any 2 cards can win in this game.
So with 4 players now, 4th place guaranteed about 34,000. These payouts are big. I mean, this is real money at this point, with big jumps at this point. So third place getting about another 13,000 more than 4th place, and another 24,000 more than 3rd is 2nd place. So a lot of money up for grabs. Big jumps at this point. A lot at stake here. course, we got Stick with the commanding lead. And Derek, Paul, and Kay basically all playing for second at this point, unless something drastic happens.
Yeah, you certainly, your goal as one of the smaller chip stacks is to just try to get heads up, right? If you can get into that position, then you give yourself a real shot at it, no matter how big the chip disadvantage is. So that's really what you're looking for. In the exact situation that we have right here as well, where you have one player on 8 big blinds and everybody else, you know, healthy enough to survive several orbits, it really just becomes a waiting game to see if Paul can double up or if he'll get knocked out. Because then, you know, you can kind of end up in a situation where you've got the big chip leader, you've got 2 middling stacks, and, you know, then you can have sort of a fruitful discussion about potentially chopping the prize pool up and playing for maybe a modest sum up top, something along those lines, and everybody will feel pretty good about it. It's when you have one player that's just, you know, dramatically lower than everybody else that it really kind of sours the mood for talking about a chop. And Paul is going to be in the big blind for this hand, so definitely feeling the pressure. Stick here. Oh, shows him actually under the gun. I apologize. Thought he was on the button for this hand, but actually had Paul going through the big blind last hand. Okay, do have some breaking news here in just a moment. We'll get to that after this hand. We've got Derek moving all in from the button over the open from Stick. King Queen, the best hand, goes into the muck. Stick quickly folds, and Derek will pick up some much needed chips. But we have gotten an agreement from these 4 players to adjust the payouts.
Yeah, all 4 did agree to a deal. It doesn't look like first place changed any. There's the new payouts. They all locked up 40,000.
5 bigs versus 80% of the chips, 90% of the
Just looks like they flattened it just a tad there. And first is still 111,380. I'm guessing that might have been what it took to get Stick to agree to it.
Yeah, so of course there's potentially some additional information behind the scenes there that we didn't quite pick up on, but that would be sort of an interesting thing just to adjust the 4th place payout up like that without guaranteeing something for yourself if you're up top. But I guess, yeah, by maintaining the top first prize, you aren't really giving anything up either.
So Paul here open jams on the button with King Queen off, and none other than Stick wakes up to pocket 10s in the big blind. So we are in a flip situation. However, it's kind of a 3-sided coin when Stick's in the hand.
It doesn't really feel like a 50-50 type of situation. Technically, that is the case, though. They are about 50-50, in theory.
How do you pronounce it last name? Norman. Sorry. You know that in the street in East.
The real question is, will there be a 10, or will there just be a bunch of
not kings
bricks?
and queens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the sweat?
Whoa, there's the burn card. It's nice to put it up front so we can see that there is one.
5's a sweat, bro.
Flop is favorable to Stick thus far. 8-6-4.
He's running too good.
Wow. No, bro, I'm calling the turns like it's nothing.
No, that's he's running too good.
Well, no, 7, like, 7.
He's running too good. Not from you.
Brick City here down the line. Stick will eliminate yet another player. Out in fourth place is Paul. And after that deal they just made, he's going to walk out the door with 40K instead of the 33 that it was just a moment ago. So nice little uptick in change.
I've been a good Jackson.
Louisiana. I just love you.
And then there were 3.
The button is on seat 7. No, it was, I just moved it to
Hey,
seat
Louisiana.
7.
Louisiana.
Cross.
Yeah, so here are the updated payouts. Fourth place there, Paul taking home 40,000. Next payout going to be 46,690. 64,690 still left for the second place runner-up, and 111,380 up top still.
No, I'm not giving him first. I'm just saying. I'm not giving him first.
Me and you can do whatever right now, but he gotta agree to it too.
I'm saying, if I come second and you come third and you top it, even. That's all I'm saying.
If me or you get second or third, and
Yeah.
I win,
Yeah.
if we win, the deal's off.
Huh?
If we win, the deal's off.
Yeah, the deal is
If me
off.
and you get second and third, no matter which way.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, so y'all are just doing that. Yeah.
It sounds like he's asking to basically split the second and third place money. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and this is, I actually went up there and talked to them about this.
Yeah, I don't think you guys can do it, but they're gonna do a handshake. Yeah.
Whatever the number.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna do it in a second.
Which I wish I had heard this before I went up there. All I heard is that they were making a deal, the two of them, that didn't include Stick, which can be pretty inappropriate. But had I heard this and known that Stick was well aware and, in fact, in agreement with it.
No, I appreciate you. That's a good deal for me.
Yeah. There's a lot of people.
But what I did tell them is that it's.
I got 19. He's got like 35.
We can't make any deals that don't include everybody who's left in the tournament. And honestly, this one sounds like it did. And I think Stick has figured out throughout all of these deal talks that if they flatten the payouts that are below what he thinks he's going to win, which is first place, it actually helps eliminate those players faster. If they're flatter, they will play a little faster, gamble a little more. They're not as worried about those pay jumps anymore. So it actually behooves him to get the other players out quicker.
I could see that working both ways, actually. I mean, if you know the third place, if you know neither of them want to go out next in third place because there's a $20,000, $30,000 pay difference, you can kind of play your stack a little more aggressively and counting on them to fearfully fold more frequently.
That is true.
So I could kind of see it happening both ways. If you let them make the deal and they both locked in their payouts, I think at that point, in theory, they both sort of, not to say they've given up, but it's a long stretch at this point. So they're definitely going to be, a little more kamikaze than they would otherwise. But I could see this going either way. I think I have to agree with Connor in the chat here. I actually think it hurts more. But I also don't think it's a meaningful difference either way.
Well, I mean, at any point that you allow the payout structure to be adjusted, as the chip leader, you need to be ensuring that you yourself gain something just because you wield the most power. And so, I mean, I think any adjustment whatsoever, he needs to be like, well, I'm getting at least 90,000, like, or 85,000. Doesn't matter if I bust out in third place, like I'm getting 85,000. Like that. Yeah. That's the sort of deal that you traditionally see the big stack sort of wield. As Stick does river the pair of tens, that's 450,000, and Derek makes the call with the bottom pair, hoping to catch his opponent bluffing, and is now down to just 12 big blinds.
Yeah, I agree with you, Aaron, completely. I mean, that would have been a perfect spot for Stick to say, you guys, I'll do it if you guys lock me up at 95 or 100,000, or whatever, some number that basically protects him against any sort of catastrophic change in events.
Yeah, and it makes things more complicated, of course, but when you allow two players to sort of finagle back and forth over the bottom payouts, I mean, that actually does impact you a lot, right? And you are, I mean, yeah, like you still want to get the full first prize value, but you're not guaranteed to win that yet. So allowing a lot of tinkering around the edges to happen without your say-so, yeah, is a little bit unorthodox. But again, it's tough for us to pick up on everything that's happening, so I don't know. If there's more to these stories about how the deals are being made, maybe Justin can fill us in on that. But let's go ahead and also finish this hand up and play our exit video for Paul. Hear his final words as well. Stick raises it up on the button, takes it down, and let's go ahead and cut to
let's see the Paul interview.
Paul's video.
Just kind of got a little low stack there and was looking for a spot to get it all in. Had king queen on the button, got it in against tens, but didn't run out my way. But it was a good run. We were low stacked all day, never really caught any cards, so glad to get where we did.
Absolutely fantastic run there by Paul, taking home 4 stacks of high society. Feels pretty good to walk out the door with 40K after a long 3 days of poker. All right, Derek here now on the 12 big blinds, the short stack of the 3 remaining players. And Kay here now, I mean, he just kind of has to stay out of the way. This is another one of those spots where you end up seeing a couple of players kind of team up on the other one. Not so far as like an overt collusion, but just it kind of makes sense for them to both wait out that 3rd place finish and then just work on each other for the top spot. But Kay does limp in and Stick checks. Now here we are on a double paired board on the turn. Kay will put out a bet of 100,000. Stick here. Fantastic awareness and just picking the right spots as well. I mean, he's played phenomenally. He has had all the right spots, and here is another spot where he is, wow, picking the right time to raise, but Kay is going to give it right back to him. Hits him with a re-raise. Bluff, bluff, re-bluff. And Kay takes that one down and move up to 39 big blinds. Wow, what a play.
Yeah, nice raise.
That was impressive on both of their sides, frankly.
Yeah, it's always cool to see the dynamic of just like, no, I know that you're going to try to push me around, so I have the ability to sort of make these kind of plays and get away with them. And wow, yeah, I mean, he bluffed with the best hand, but was very clearly just trying to represent a 9 or a 7 there, and did get the chip leader sold. And now waking up with queens here on the button could be the beginnings of a mini rush here for Kay. He will limp
Uh-oh. Queens are a big dog against 5s when Stick holds the 5.
Oh, look at that.
Aces, what?
No, that's how he's going to run good here.
Oh, my God.
Kay's going to go against Derek.
It's going to three-way all in. And if the 5 comes, it's over.
Oh, I think the run good is going to be Stick is able to get away from it. That's the...
Oh, that's interesting.
That's going to be the run good. It's going to be easier to fold.
Kay's going to make the move here. Yeah, Stick, this will be interesting. Stick could get out of the way, or he could just stick it in and try to take out both of them. But that's, Kay's got a lot of chips here, so pretty sure Stick doesn't want to lose $4 million out of his stack this hand.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind the dynamic here. This is a limp on the button and then a back raise after the big blind makes a small raise. Like, none of this makes sense for pocket 5s to be in any sort of good shape. So yeah, Derek is going to be all in and at risk here.
1 million.
But he's got the ace.
90% of the chips.
Bro, I've never seen a domination like he has left here. Just slays.
Got 17.
Everybody. He's knocked out the whole table.
Okay.
I have fucking fives here. No.
How many did you have? We all have a pair here?
I have 17. Yeah, I have
Walk me
fives.
down,
If he folded, I was gonna fucking run.
Alright, man. Give me some hearts. Give me all hearts so I ain't
Walk me
gonna.
If he
down.
folded, I was gonna rip.
130.
is calling me, you know that.
1.130. 1,000,000.
Mama, look where I got it in with.
See, I told you he was gonna W. Didn't I just say it? I just said it.
No, I ain't. No, it's not over. Which one of y'all gonna do me?
He put in all of the chips.
It's not over, bro.
I just said it.
You little queens like you trapping us, bro. We ain't falling for that shit.
Don't worry about it.
How do you think I just limped in, bro?
I'm just lip seeing 3 hands.
Love that these players are
try
having
something else.
such
I've
a
seen
great
everything.
time, so much money on the line.
Yeah.
I should have
Welcome to
lost way
Texas.
more money than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just peel five.
Yeah.
All right, Kate looking for a queen or some sort of straight or flush to eliminate Derek. Otherwise, Derek will be right back in the mix with 24 big blinds.
Oh,
And there's a queen on the
Next time
flop.
I bust your ass. I told you that.
Wow.
My, how the tone.
Jesus.
Do him dirty.
Doing me dirty?
Yeah.
Come on, man. I run good all day. All day. All around the tournament, bro.
Derek down to
What's
one
he
card.
at?
It's an ace.
What an
Yeah,
8
man.
on the river, so Stick can regret his fold even more.
I'm a flick the TV face.
If an 8 comes,
And that is a nasty way to go out all in with the aces and well ahead, but it's going to be the showers here for Derek. Going out in third place, Kay eliminating Derek, moving up to 52 big blinds, and about a 3-to-1 chip disadvantage going into heads up. As we take a look at the payout there for third place, $46,690
Heads up with the
for
winning
Derek
on
Norman.
Chris.
Well played,
Remember, he said
GG.
Nigerian,
We'll
do
see
Nigerian.
you.
Yeah, good game. Derek very frequently goes deep in these tournaments out here in Texas. Very tough way to go out. I think he's smiling because he made that deal. Got a few extra bucks before losing with aces.
huh?
If you win, I get almost 10K.
We're dealing.
Yeah, I got you.
I need you to win.
All right, and as we get set up for heads up play, we are going to go ahead and catch our parting words here from Derek.
Whoa.
Prey's got all the chips, so we got to get back in, and we picked up 2 aces in the big blind. What do you know? We got an inverse queens and GG's. That was it. Fun one.
Solid recap.
Short and sweet. You can always tell, you know, the true grinders, you know, because they're there and they're happy that they got a good payday. They're happy they made it this far. And if you'd asked them at the beginning of the tournament, hey, how do you feel about getting third in this? They'd be like, heck yeah, I'm ready. But man, in that moment, going out with aces, you got a shot at 111,000 up top.
Yeah, it never feels good. That's why it never feels good unless you just win. Even getting second is like I was this close. Final table. But yeah, you asked them all before the tournament starts. You good with 50,000?
Action starts here.
Big snap call.
Now stick here with over 3-to-1 chip advantage, but with a lot of big blinds in play. At 100K big blind and ante, we're talking about over 200 big blinds in play here, which could lead to a long, drawn-out heads-up battle here. But we'll see how things shake out.
Check. 7 checks. 9 checks.
Pair of threes here for Stick on the turn. Goes from a 16% favorite to overwhelming favorite. 74% chance that he'll have the best hand at showdown. We check once again. Jack of clubs changes nothing. And Stick will indeed win if we get to showdown, which we do. And that'll be the first pot of heads up going the way of Stick.
So we do a 5-minute break.
We're gonna slide you guys around to the 4 and the 60. You can take your break.
4 and the 6? You're gonna stay where you are.
I can stay where
Yeah, I'm going over there?
Yes. I got it, but
Over there. Oh, okay, I got you.
All right, so it looks like we're going to do a little bit of merry-go-round here. We're going to shift the players around so that we have a little bit better viewing action. These players are going to take a 5-minute break as well. I want to give another shout out here to the PokerAtlas Tour coming to you in August through September. Texas Card House in Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas also up there in the Dallas area, featuring a $1 million guaranteed title event as well as 3 full weeks of poker action. All sorts of different events, all sorts of different games. If you are in or around the Dallas area from August 17th through September 4th, do mark your calendar. Be sure to get in on the action. PokerAtlas Tour coming.
It will be a big one and a fun one. Lots of tournaments, and we'll be releasing the full schedule hopefully very soon. Just ironing out a few of the last details.
And as our final 2 contestants for the title and the $111,000 up top take their little 5-minute break, we are going to go ahead and take a little break as well. And with that, we're going to play the bust out videos from each of our final table runners-up. Enjoy.
No, the hand play itself, basically, I'm short down to like about 595 chips. Raise all in under the gun +1. AC small blind call with queens against my 4. Hand didn't improve, so busted out. But it's all good. I mean, basically just grateful to make it this far. Make a few errors, and but it happened, so we move on. Overall, glad they bring some Tony to Houston, so we had a chance to play around. But more importantly, have a good friendship, and that's what we cherish for. And oh, don't forget, Blake. Sorry, could not honor Luke. This is a charity foundations, non-profit, helping family with children who suffer from brain injury. So 5% of whichever I win, unfortunately not too much, will go to the charity.
My bust out hand, I had 2 9s. The guy on my right shoved 12 bigs all in with ace-jack suited. I had 13 bigs. I called with 2 9s. Jack 4-4 flop. I didn't improve. I was crippled after that to half a big blind out next end.
How'd you enjoy your time here with this?
It was a blast. The staff's great. Hammer puts on amazing tournaments. The room's wonderful. I love it.
Card dead. Ace-3 suited. I think he had 7-8 suited.
Who do you think's gonna take down the whole table?
Seat 9. He's playing good, running good.
Had ace-5, small blind, big blind, and flop comes 2 king 7. I bet. He called. Turn was a 7. I had ace-5. I checked. He checked. The river was a 5. I had ace-5. I bet 250. He put me all in. I thought about it. I put him on ace-queen, ace-jack. I looked at the ICM. I like, okay, I'm okay with the 18,000. And then I thought, if he's bluffing here, that's the only bluff he can have. I made the call. Turned over pocket 5s. So he had 5s full of 7, and I have ace-5s. I feel good about it. I feel good about it.
Got down to about 10 bigs. I looked down at ace-king offsuit. Praise opened up the chip leader. I moved in and I love the spot. Double up's really big. I could probably come in the top 3 or better. He had the jack nine of diamonds. It comes king two diamonds, turn card blank, diamond on the river. Thank you for playing. Fifth ain't bad. I think fifth, right?
Yeah.
Fifth wasn't bad. I came in short stack. I played my heart out. That's all you can do. And I enjoyed it here. Thank you.
Just kind of got a little low stack there and was looking for a spot to get it all in. Had king queen on the button. Got it in against tens, but didn't run out my way, but it was a good run. We were low stacked all day, never really caught any cards, so glad to get where we did.
Prey's got all the chips, so we got to get back in, and we picked up 2 aces in the big blind. What do you know? We got an inverse queens and GG's. That was it. Fun one.
A fun one indeed, as we have whittled our way down to the final 2 remaining players. We are getting these 2 players chipped down a little bit, get some of the small denomination chips off the table, make it easier for the dealer to move the action along. We've got the championship trophy there on table as well. You can see Atlas holding up the world. The winner will take home that lovely trophy right there. And also, of course, the lion's share of the money as well. $111,000 still waiting up top for the eventual winner. We take a look at that payout. As of right now, first place, $111,380. Second place, $64,690. Of course, these 2 players are able to adjust the payouts as they see fit, as long as both players agree, with the eventual winner, whoever takes the most money in any sort of heads-up deal, also receiving the trophy. Oftentimes, if there is a deal made, what we'll see is the 2 players duking it out, playing it down to a winner for some amount of money and the trophy. We'll see what these players decide and how it plays out from here. We are still getting things set up. Our 2 final contestants there on your screen. Let us know here in the chat how you've enjoyed this final table action here so far this evening. Again, I am Aaron McAvoy, the commentator out of the Austin Texas Card House location, bringing you this special edition of the final table action out of TCH Houston in place of our usual quarter 50 game out of Dallas. So I do want to thank everybody for tuning in. And if you haven't already and you do enjoy what you're seeing, please do consider hitting the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed for all of our future upcoming broadcasts. We do come at you live with No Limit Texas Hold'em cash games 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, out of Austin and Dallas, as well as final table action from the Dallas Saturday tournament. So you can get all kinds of free poker content here on TCH Live all throughout the week. Make sure you are subscribed. Hit the notification bell to make sure that you are updated each and every time we go live. And we do, again, thank you for tuning in this evening. Thank you so much for those kind words, Michael Tilton. Appreciate you tuning in. As we are just about ready to get underway here, hand number 100 on the evening, and it's hand number 2 of Heads Up, as the first one went the way of Stick. And here we go. Heads Up battle resumes between K and Stick. And if I'm not mistaken, we are still using a full big blind ante for heads up play, or is it reduced to half big blind? Are you aware?
I don't know the answer to that. I think it's still a full big blind.
Okay.
To my
That is what we
knowledge.
see on screen, and I presume that's the case, although, you know, sometimes that is something that is implemented here towards the end of the tournaments. But
yeah, we will see. We'll see momentarily.
I'm always personally a fan of just keeping it the same the whole way through. You know, I understand you're going to play a lot more big blinds when you get down to, you know, 4, 3-handed and even down to heads up. But to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to adjust the big blind ante personally. But I have seen many tournament directors and different locations implementing that. Do you also see the overall player of the series trophy there next to Stick, as he has already locked that up. Only needed to get into a heads-up battle in order to secure the player of the series. So congratulations to that man right there for being the overall player of the series. All right, I do see a red chip out there, or a brown chip, so it is a full big blind ante, it looks like, if I'm not mistaken. K here looking down at 2 red 10s in the big blind. Stick raising from the button, of course, with the king 7 off. And K will just make the call. And wow, 7 high flop here. Top pair second kicker for Stick, but K with the overpair. K checks it over Stick. That's 215,000, and K will come in for the check raise, takes it up to 600,000. Stick makes the call with the top pair. Now we've got a one-liner to a straight, but K doesn't care. He's just going to rip it all in for 2x pot. And Stick is like, well, I guess whatever you have is better than my pair of 7s. And lays it down. All right, so starting with a little bit better than 3-to-1 chip advantage was Stick to start things off after that hand.
Yeah, anything can happen here too. I mean, I've seen 20-to-1 chip leads change where the dog ends up winning. So in these heads-up situations, all it takes is 2, 3, 4 doubles, and the world of difference of what can occur in very little time.
Yeah, absolutely. And that lead cut down to just about 2.5-to-1. So still well out in front is Stick, still with a very strong advantage, but K with some early momentum. And these heads-up battles are very often all about momentum. So, you know, you may start off with a big advantage, but your opponent starts chipping away at you, and you see your lead dwindle from 3-to-1 to 2-to-1 and down to even. I mean, that can be a very demoralizing thing, even though you are still very much in contention. So it goes back a little bit to what John was saying earlier about coming into a final table with a chip lead and then sort of having the, you know, the negativity, I suppose, of one way of putting it, of, you know, sort of losing that chip advantage. Whereas if you come in the middle of the pack, you don't really mind if you go up or down a few spots because, well, didn't really have that much to gain or lose yet. K here takes down another pot and on a little rush, moving up to 6.3 million. Good enough for 50 big blinds plus a little bit. Also always very interesting to see how players approach these heads-up spots. You can see K there just folding his button with the 8-6 offsuit. You're going to see a lot of hands like that when you just get hand after hand after hand dealt to you heads up. And it can be sort of disconcerting. When you have a full ring, you've got 7, 8, 9 players at the table. Yeah, sure, it's easy to just fold a hand like that. But when you get down to heads up, you're going to be forced into situations where you're going to be playing those hands. And you really kind of have to make a decision about being and staying aggressive and not always just looking down at rags and having your initial sort of feeling of, oh, I should just let this go, sort of take over, because most of the time you're going to be looking down at some pretty raggy cards and can't let your opponent just run you over. As of right now, Stick here looking down at a very pretty hand, ace-5 suited. He'll raise it up on the button and K is out of the way. Let me know here in the chat what you guys think about heads-up play. Do you enjoy it? Obviously, it helps when you're at the final table of a big tournament and you're playing for heaps and heaps of money. But do you like playing heads-up? And what do you think about this one? How many hands is it going to take for us to crown a winner? How much longer do you think we will be running here? You can see on the clock there, 8:50 p.m. is the time that these players are at. Of course, we are 30 minutes delayed, 9:20 Central Time here. And I am, of course, watching this at the exact same time that you guys all are out there.
There's still about 200 big blinds in play. Like, this is, we kind of sped through this final table. I thought that we would be here for at least another couple of hours, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of felt similarly. When we were at the, 62 big blind average coming in with 9 players, right? I mean, that's sort of an astronomical number of big blind average for a final table.
But I guess the, obviously the average is kind of skewed a little bit when one person just accumulates all the chips. Because it's, I mean, right now it's still technically about 100 big blind average. It's just not what's actually happening when one person barrels over so much of the table.
Well, we're one hand away from being a tied game here, so I mean, not to suggest it will happen next hand.
No, I mean, it still could.
One double and they're neck to neck.
5,000? Come on,
that's
man.
the beauty of no limit
For
hold'em.
5,000?
For 5,000, man.
Yeah.
I'm greedy.
It's cool though.
You're never out until you're out.
A lot of since we got in Vegas, we're gonna make a lot, bro.
I know.
Trust me.
But I want to hear now.
No, we're gonna make a lot in Vegas. No, I believe in you. You know, I believe in myself too. We're gonna make a lot. I wish you would really well. You know, a lot of since we got in Vegas. A lot.
What a way to go into the World Series of Poker out in Vegas as well, coming off a big final table finish. I mean, I imagine a lot of these players that we've seen here tonight, including probably these 2 players right here, are going to be going out there taking that shot at some bracelet events. Man, it's got to feel good to pad the bankroll right before you go out there and fire a bunch of bullets in 1,500 plus buy-ins.
It is. That whole starting the summer just like over feeling that everyone has had at some point in their lives, when it's like you just can't do that anymore. Even if you whiff your first 5, 6, 7 bullets, you still just think a nice little, either one of these guys, either nearly 70 or over 100, whatever place you get. It's nice to start the summer off with can't really be stuck for a while.
Heck yeah. Stick here flopping bottom pair, the best hand.
Yeah, there was one year, I think it was 2007, but I could be wrong. I was playing in the WPT event running at the Mirage. Made it to the final table. Not the televised final table, but I think they were maybe 8 of us left. I end up getting knocked out by Phil Ivey in 8th place. Might have been 9th or 7th. I don't remember. Whatever it was. And it wasn't for a ton of money. I think it was for around 60,000. It was a 10K buy-in, if memory serves. Won 60,000 for finishing in 8th place, and literally went straight to the Rio afterwards. Put the money into a box, and that was my bankroll for the series.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
worked out perfect. It was right in like the end of May or early June. I don't remember, but it was right before the World Series was starting. That was a nice feeling knowing that I'm basically free rolling the whole series.
Yeah, I don't know about Aaron, but I was speaking purely hypothetically. I have no experience with what it would actually feel like to bink something big right before the summer. I was just, it was more emotionally what it might feel like for one to have this feeling. But I'm glad you have the actual experience.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it. You know, me and Justin have not had that experience, but
okay. Well, I can share one more story then.
Wait, hold on. Good news, Aaron. I found one more that we could live vicariously
that
through.
Same year,
I found one more for
2007 World Series. I think it was event number 2 or 3. It was a $1,500 pot limit hold'em tournament, and I ended up finishing in 3rd place. Gavin Smith finished 2nd place.
At the front, right?
Anyway, that paid, I think like 100,000, 101,000 or something. Right, also right at the beginning of the World Series that same year. So, needless to say, I was in a good mood the entire 2007 World Series of Poker, just getting off to a couple of nice payouts right at the beginning. Always the best feeling. It sucks going 0 for 25, 0 for 30 events. I've done that too. I think in 2009 I went 0 for 28 events in the World Series. That really hurt.
Yeah, I'm maybe not quite in that ballpark, but it sure feels like it. My last 2 years combined have really been a lot of bricks, hitting a lot of just nasty spots, all in way ahead, and then just headed out the door, sort of shaking my head like, how on earth am I out of this tournament again, you know? So I'm hoping to go out there and spin things up right away. Why not? You know, go hit the $1 million mystery bounty and just pull the 1 milli right off the bat and sail off into the sunset.
Yeah, you do that. I'm rooting for that.
It's crazy how streaky poker is, and there's so many different theories on why that is, whether it's confidence or just playing well. But, you know, as we'll see from Stick here, who won the PLO High Roller and has been, you know, wire-to-wire chip leader in this final table so far, you know, obviously has a great chance of winning. But at this point, even if he finishes second, doesn't really matter. But he's obviously on a heater right now, so it's just one of those things in poker. Once you're on that streak, it seems like it's just so easy to win when things are going well. It's so damn hard when it's not going well.
When you've had this big of a chip lead for this much of the tournament, you can usually give yourself a pretty nice little free roll by which you leave first place where it is, assuming you're going to win it. But then if something happens and you double them up a couple times or you get a lot closer, it's not like the opportunity to talk about a chop goes away. You could do it after you've lost some of the momentum and some of the chips, if you so choose, or if that's something that you want to do. So Stick is in the very enviable position of being able to wait to even consider talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Do you know when they close?
Also going to take a peek at the menu there, getting some late night rumbles in the tumbles here, as TCH Houston does have delicious menu, from what I understand.
Yeah, there's some local restaurants that they have in the same shopping center that they have communication with. They get the food over here real quick, and it is delicious. Do you think he's ordering because he's that sure it's going to be done and he's going to be winner, or do you think he's planning on eating while playing heads up?
I mean, I think he's just like, oh, I'm hungry and let's get the food over here, you know, because this could go for another few hours or it could be over in 2 minutes. I mean, you know, you get hungry, get some food in you. And especially when you're in a high pressure environment like this too, where you need to be at the top of your game. If you're distracted by being hungry, that's certainly not something that you need.
Yeah. I don't know. Part of me just wants to believe that he is like, all right, and I bust out one person on average every 10 minutes or so. So it takes them about 15 to get here, and that should be about right.
Interesting flop play here. Stick raising pre-flop, and then betting the flop. K calling in position on the button, but with just 8 high and really not a lot of backdoor opportunities. Does back into a pair of 8s, which will be the best hand after check, check, turn. Michael in the chat says, glad to see the guy who knocked me out not at the final table. A little bit of spite there from Michael. I always like to see the guy that knocked me out take the thing down. I'm like, see, that's why I lost. That guy ran so pure he won the whole event.
Right, or like that's the only thing that could stop me. Otherwise, I would have done that.
Exactly.
I feel the same. I absolutely feel the same. In fact, while we're on the subject of John telling poker stories about the World Series, I actually got busted in, I think it was 2011. It might have been 12. Pretty deep, actually. I don't remember exactly where we were, but I know I had over 1 million chips, so it was, reasonably deep in the main event. And I get involved in a hand. I don't remember the story of pre-flop and so on. I just remember on the flop, or maybe it was a turn, I get it all in on a queen high board. I have ace queen against P.S. Hines, who flopped a set of queens. So my top pair was my top pair was no good against his top set. He busted me, and he went on to win the World Series at Poker main event that year. So whatever event P.S. Hines won, I had about, I don't know, 10 seconds of TV airtime in my bust out hand against him. But yeah, pretty much, if it took the winner of that event to knock me out, and had he knocked me out, I would have won the event, obviously.
So, right.
Yeah.
In that particular story, you were deep in an event, as opposed to all the other ones where you were super deep in an event. I had a tournament, since we're telling tournaments where things just went swimmingly. I was playing at MSBT at the Venetian. I had 2 bullets ready. It was 1100, so I had 2200. I made it through the close of reg on 1 bullet before I bust outside the money. So I saved 1100 on 1 bullet, and that was yeah, that's my story.
You definitely get to consider that a win. I do that on the reg, so yeah.
Thank you.
No, that was a win. That was a win.
Basically, some would call it a min cash.
4 raises, 800, 6 folds.
K here continues his momentum, as we had a couple hands ago, that 8-5 where K backed into the pair of 8s. Stick actually went for an overbet on the river as a bluff with the jack high, and K looked it up, so he shipped a nice pot, and that chip advantage that Stick was working with has now been whittled down from 3.5 to 1 when we started heads up play down to 2 to 1. So very dramatic shift here as of our first sort of handful of hands.
Momentum is real.
Yeah, we'll see if K can maintain that momentum. Sometimes you just sort of run pure and don't really have a lot of difficult decisions, or everything just kind of flows your way. And other times you're constantly having to battle it out and bluff your opponent out of pots in order to get those chips. Bottom boat here for Stick on the turn. K drawing dead to a chop. But K is going to get out of the way this time.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, as Hold'em Media, Dan points out in the chat, but wait, Hammer, are you not the 3-time defending Thunder Buddies champion? That is true. I did win an event at Thunder Valley, and then the next year it was canceled because of COVID, and then the next year it was still canceled because of COVID, and then they haven't run it since. So I am technically the 3-time defending champion of a tournament. So I did something good once. $350 celebrity bounty tournament.
Nice. I haven't seen the raise sizes increase too dramatically here. 265 being the preferred open size here from Stick, so just a little bit over 2x open. With both of these players on over 50 big blinds, sometimes you'll see that opening size increase 2.5, maybe even 3x, but I've not seen that adjustment here. Comes ace high, 2-tone. Second pair and a gut shot here for Stick. We've got a gut shot backdoor diamonds here for K. Five of clubs on the turn changes nothing. K's equity dwindling quickly, but see if Stick wants to build this pot any further with the second pair. 1 million in the middle looks to be half pot incoming. 2/3 even, but that is all she wrote as K heads for the exit. So what do you guys think about heads up play? Is that something that you sort of prepare for when you go into the WSOP, or like a period or a series where you're going to play a lot of tournaments? Are you preparing for heads up play, or is it something where you just kind of say to yourself, well, I hope I get there, and when I do, I'll figure it out on the fly?
I think I like prepare in the sense that I don't like chopping when I get to the spots in the tournament. Like, that's part of why I like to continue to play in these events where everyone wants to try and lock up, because you don't get much opportunity, and you would hate for your first real opportunity to come when you're playing heads up for something huge. I think John is similar.
Yeah, I mean, I never really necessarily practiced heads up play in advance of the World Series, but when I used to play professionally, I did play a lot of sit and goes, which, you know, ultimately presents a lot of, you know, shorthanded and heads up play opportunity. So back in my heyday, you know, I was well versed in shorthanded and heads up play, but not necessarily from practicing heads up play, mostly just from playing a lot of sit and goes and or single table satellites. I did, you know, post my turn, you know, later on in my poker career, when I was playing more cash than tournaments, I did play a fair amount of heads up online cash. But yeah, I think, you know, I mean, I would assume the better pros probably often play heads up against each other just to you know, stay fresh. And, you know, you could call it practicing for the main event, but or sorry, not the main event, but just the World Series in general. But I'm going to assume most players probably, you know, do not practice heads up in advance of the World Series, just because, I don't know. I think a lot of people just have the mindset of, you know, if they can get that deep, they can close it out. So, who knows?
Yeah, well, and it's such a different game, right? I mean, you get down to heads up play, you're seeing so many hands, you're playing so many awkward holdings, right? I mean, you're going to have a lot of 9-4 suiteds and stuff like that you're just going to be forced to play. And so it's like you're just constantly defending your big blind, you know, in a tournament, but you're doing it every single hand. And yeah, I mean, it's grueling. And it is tough to kind of adequately put in the effort that is required to really prepare for that spot. And here we go. We've got a big hand developing.
Wow. Ace, queen of spades for Stick, pocket tens for K. This could be an all-in and a call scenario. Pre-flop easily. These are two premium hands, especially heads up.
These two players quite deep stacked, though. Over 50 big blinds here for K. Certainly pocket 10 starting to get into the gray region of like, do I really want to stick 50 bigs in pre? Certainly 30 bigs and below, you're pretty high-fiving on your way to all in. But once you get deeper, it starts to get a little bit less clear. He does rip it all in, as you say, though, and a quick call from Stick. So, yeah, no fear whatsoever about the depth of stack here. We are all in and going for it.
Hold one time, bro. One time.
This could be it. This is either the win for Stick or a tied ball game for K.
Feels like it's been a while since either player could be the chip lead that wins a hand like this.
Oh, there's a queen.
There's a queen.
Queen
K
on the
drawing
flop.
super thin now.
Stick in fantastic shape. 90% chance of winning this tournament. Brick on the turn. 95% chance now. Technically 96% almost.
He would not only be the first. And there it is, another ace just to rub it in. The first two-time winner of the Atlas Trophy. The first main event winner, wins it outright with no deal. Title event winner. First title event winner. I'm just trying to wish him good luck in the main event in Vegas. A lot of firsts there for praise. And look at Ian trying to swoop in to get the first hand chip. See that? Trying to swoop in. Here's this.
As well as that guy. All right.
Wow, fantastic run here, as it is just a field of trophies over here for this man. He's got,
he got player of the series.
Yeah, then the PLO trophy, and now the championship No Limit Hold'em trophy. My goodness.
Wow, what a tournament for Stick. I mean, he absolutely crushed the final table. Came in with a big chip lead, never lost it. Played fantastic the whole way. Very impressive. Look at that, Justin. Can't wait a minute. In person,
oh my gosh,
in the booth a second ago, that Michael Jackson teleportation.
Yes, I just had to go over there and shake his hand. I was worried Ian was going to get there first.
We need some luggage.
What's
going
on here,
man?
All right, and as we get the chips all stacked up here for some final photographs, we are going to get one last chat with Kay and his thoughts on the final hand.
All right, so how you feeling? I'm picked up pocket 10s. I think he opened like a min raise, so I 4-bet him to 800,000. So if I bet me to like I think 2 million, I jam all in and he snap call me. He had ace queen of spades suited, and I have pocket 10s. So flop comes the queen. Queen 7-7 or something, then river nothing, and turn nothing, river nothing. So that's how I got out of the tournament.
How'd you enjoy the experience?
It was great. It was a great experience for me. Yeah. And actually, this is my biggest winnings on end of mob, so I'm really happy for that. And this is just the beginning.
That's the beginning.
That is $1 million smile too, I will say.
Yeah, if such thing exists, it looks like that. So shall we check out the interview with Stick?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, so how you feeling?
I'm ecstatic. First 6-figure win. Feels great to finally get one of these done. So yeah.
So you came in with the chip lead.
Yes.
Walk me through how like the final table went, and like, did you ever feel in jeopardy?
Never. I don't think I ever relinquished a chip lead. So it was kind of smooth sailing. So it was just grinding them down for the most part.
What was your experience with the PokerAtlas Tour and obviously winning this inaugural event?
Oh, I had a lot of fun. I've worked with Justin in the past, so I already knew he was going to have a great series, so that's why I came out, and it did not disappoint.
Anything else you want to say? Like, what does this mean to you?
I don't know. I'm like, a lot of things are going through my mind right now. I can't really process it, but I'm glad I won it, and I'm looking forward to the next event.
All right, I'm gonna take a couple seconds to set this up.
Awesome.
So it looks good.
Yeah, dude. To have all that adrenaline running through you after you've just sealed the deal.
They jumped
trying
to him
answer
really
questions.
quick. Yeah, they went to him really quick. But I was waiting to see if John mentioned that he must be family or something. He said he's played my events before.
Well, speaking of the next event.
Oh, yes.
One last plug to remind everyone and inform everyone who hasn't already heard tonight. Our next stop on the PokerAtlas Tour will be again at Texas Card House, only this time straight up I-45 in the Dallas area. We'll be straddling both locations, Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social, running August 17th through September 4th with a $1 million guaranteed prize pool in our title event. Many other great events. There will be a ton of action, tons of fun. We're super excited. Hope to see all of you there.
Yeah, that is going to be spectacular. We have a lot of things in the works that I'm very excited about. And if you do well and they interview you, feel free to mention me, and also that we are not related, so that I can do that bit. But he could see him doing the. I just have so much going on. We got to see it twice. That was perfect. I think it was a pretty successful kickoff inaugural tour. What do you think?
I think it was. It went extremely well. Super happy with the outcome. All of the events went well. The staff here at Texas Card House in Houston did A+. The venue is A+. Justin, you and our PokerAtlas Tour team and our PokerAtlas team, everyone working on the front lines and behind the scenes did a fantastic job. I'm going to sleep good tonight. Very happy with how everything went.
Super impressed with GM Alan Lee also. He crushed it on this series. Aaron, it was a pleasure doing some commentary with you. I thought it went great.
Absolutely, yeah. Had a fantastic time here calling the shots with you, gentlemen. Fantastic showing here from all the players. Put together a massive prize pool. Of course, the staff at TCH there in Houston always putting on a good show and running a tip-top operation. So, yeah, fantastic showing here from everybody, and really looking forward to the next event up in Dallas. I will definitely be there. And hopefully have a good run out in Vegas so that I can come pump a few bullets into the prize pool and help you guys meet that $1 million guarantee.
Absolutely, yeah. Do the free roll we were just talking about, but win in Vegas and then just be up no matter what by the time you get to Dallas. I'm rooting for it.
Sounds good to me. Well, thank you to everybody who tuned in this evening. 200 of you fine folks still hanging out with us. We want to thank you so much for coming along for the ride. Congratulations again to Praise for his first place finish, winning over $111,000. Congratulations, of course, again to all of our other players who finished here at the top spots as well. So with that, for myself, for the staff here at Texas Card House, and for everybody here running the show behind the scenes, we want to thank you guys for tuning in. Take care. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, big thank you to Texas Card House, Ryan Crow, Victor, Alan Lee, you, Aaron, and the whole team. Great job, guys. Looking forward to the next event.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.